Welcome to Alpha by Desire, a novel in Wolf Valley Forbidden Heart series, written by D.N. Leo and narrated by Jessica Lee. My name is Mia Lee, and they say power is inherited, but true strength? That comes from desire. As my grandmother would say, the fiercest flames aren't born from duty, but from wanting something so badly your soul burns for it. They say you can't choose your family, but that's not entirely true. Jasmine, Beatrice, and I, we chose each other. Three misfits who built something stronger than blood. A vintner with secrets darker than her finest red, a former model turned supernatural pet trainer, and me, a wolf shifter who can't shift. We're an unlikely trio, but we've been each other's anchor through every storm. Now I'm reaching for what everyone said I couldn't have, claiming my place as alpha. Not because it's my birthright, but because I wanted enough to fight for it. And then there's Jim, a human mate who makes me question everything I thought I knew about boundaries and possibilities. Beatrice crafts her own magic through sheer force of will. She wasn't born a witch, but her desire to become one was stronger than fate itself. Watching her succeed while I struggle with my own shifting, well, let's just say, desire and envy are close cousins. My brother Lucian looks at her like she hung the moon. She's living proof that wanting something badly enough can reshape reality. And Jasmine, my sister by choice, whose desire for truth might cost her everything. She believes love means no secrets between her and Detective Bertram, but now she's discovering that some truths come with a price even desire can't overcome. In Wolf Valley, we're learning that desire is a double-edged sword, powerful enough to fulfill your dreams, sharp enough to cut you to pieces. But we face it together, three sisters by choice, standing against whatever fate throws our way. This is Alpha by Desire, because sometimes wanting something badly enough changes everything, even if it breaks you in the process. Before we dive into this tale of ambition, power, and love that defies all boundaries, take a moment to join our pack. Like this video and subscribe to our channel, because just like the desires that drive our characters, the Multiverse Collection weaves stories that will capture your heart and leave you craving more. Subscribe now, because in Wolf Valley, desire isn't just about what you want, it's about what you're willing to risk everything for. The Multiverse Collection novels are written by D.N. Leo. Here's a secret. She writes stories inspired by audience engagement. By liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and leaving comments, you signal your support and story preferences. You never know, the characters you love might just get their own stories. And now, this is Alpha by Desire. Chapter 1. The gentle scent of wildflowers floated in the air. Flowers and garden produce were artistically arranged in classic country-style vases and baskets around the room. The sound of crackling wood in the open fireplace accentuated the peaceful feel of a small and tranquil town in the winter. Were it not for the sound of chattering and laughing that wafted from the reception room to the courtyard, nobody would know there was an event going on. Lucy looked at the tiered wedding cake. Although her mind was fraught with anxiety, she managed to keep a smile on her face. The gathering was as tasteful and happy as a wedding reception could be, and it had been worth her effort to fly all the way here from Kyoto. It wasn't just the ceremony that was important. We're creatures mated for life, at least in her pack. She wanted to remember this day forever. It was kind of Cousin Mia to recommend the place. The resort called Vines and Soul didn't do weddings, let alone at night. But Jasmine, Mia's best friend, had agreed to host as a favor to Mia. If Vines and Soul hadn't offered, Lana wasn't sure she would have been able to find a decent venue in Gisborne for a supernatural wedding. From across the room, Mia smiled at her. The two cousins had had a rivalry when they were younger and living in Kyoto. But even back then, Lucy knew Mia would become someone important in the clan. Mia was smart, beautiful, and driven. She deserved to be Queen Wolf, no matter how much her claim of the position surprised the senior people in the clan. The side door to the room slid open, and Tan, her newly wedded husband, stepped in. This drop-dead, handsome mixed-blood werewolf was the reason she had to have the wedding in this town. He kissed her on the cheek. It's all sorted. Don't use them again, Tan. He smiled. Use them again? Are you planning our second honeymoon already? She scowled. We booked months ago and we're supposed to fly out tomorrow. They can't just call us on our wedding day to say there might be a delay. Chill, Lucy. It's taken care of. And as you've said, it's our wedding day. Let's enjoy the rest of it. Vines and Soul was a good choice. Oh, so now you admit that it's a better choice than your original one in Bendigo. Bendigo's a good town. Because it's your neck of the woods. You're biased. She pinched his arm lightly. He shrugged and said nothing. His jawline hardened and his eyes grew pensive. She held his hand. Let it go, Tan. You're part of the werewolf community. Going rogue isn't a good move right now. He kissed her again. I understand. I'll pretend we need their blessing for now. When Cousin Mia is accepted as leader, we won't have to answer to anyone. Tan snorted. What did she do to deserve that? She's a good woman. What do you mean? Werewolf politics in this area are complicated. Mia fits well into the human community. She has a human boyfriend now, so the Queen Wolf post is going to be a liability if that's not what she wants. She'll regret it. The Werewolf Council here is bad news. Speak of the devil. Lucy felt a knot in her stomach when she saw the two members of the Werewolf Council walk in. Even in their human form, a dark aura hovered around them. All the guests inside the room stopped chatting and a tense silence invaded the air. There were more than 20 werewolf guests in the room, but none of them possessed an aura like the two who had just walked in. Now she understood why Tan didn't like the council. The older of the two cleared his throat and zeroed in on Tan as if Lucy didn't exist. You're the one who needs a blessing? Tan wrapped his arm around Lucy's shoulders. This is my wife, Lucy. She's the reason you're here, and we don't need your blessing. Our marriage does. The old man smirked. Without our blessing, your marriage isn't legit, so I'd say you do need us. Your business in Bendigo relies on me, said Tan. I never have to go to your area, so I don't need your counsel. But that's beside the point. Lucy is new to this community. Despite evidence pointing to the contrary, she feels that she needs spiritual safety, and she mistakenly thinks that safety comes from your approval. So let's get this over and done with. The younger council member stepped forward. He grabbed her hand and his strong, hard fingers squeezed the bones in her wrist so hard she thought she felt them cracking. She tried to yank her hand away but couldn't. Is my wolf hand too rough for you, Fox? You're marrying one of us. It will only get tougher. You'll need to be strong to produce good pups for him. Get your hand off her or I'll rip your throat out, Tan growled. Mia approached. You don't need to touch her. We know the ritual. She's a fox, but she's as strong as you are. There's no need to test her. The man let go of Lucy's hand and glared at Tan. Mia asked the guests to stay at the back to the room while she remained at the front to be a witness. The ritual might take only a few minutes, but it felt like an eternity. When the ceremony eventually ended, 2 waiters came in with a bottle of red wine and a tray of wine glasses. Lucy didn't like red wine at all. Is this part of the tradition? She asked Tan. Yes, Lucy. The council members, Mia, Tan, and Lucy, raised their glasses. Lucy took a sip for formality. As the liquid went down her throat, a storm of cramping hit her stomach. She saw Mia, Tan, and the 2 werewolf council members drop to their knees in pain. Tan reached his hands out to her. Are you okay? He asked. She could see that he was in agony, too. She couldn't speak. Through blurry vision, she saw that the 2 council members had collapsed. They convulsed and shifted into their werewolf form. Then they lay motionless on the floor. She felt herself fall into Tan's arms, and they both fell to the ground. Commotion, stillness, the crackling sound of the fireplace, darkness. Chapter 2. French Toast. Jasmine's eyes snapped open as the delicious smell swirled into the bedroom. It was Bertram's way of waking her. She had come home late last night. The wedding reception at Vines and Soul had gone horribly wrong. When she arrived, the two werewolf counselors were dead and had shifted into their wolf form. The bride, groom, and Mia appeared to be poisoned by the red wine they had just drunk. Mia had managed to give the restaurant staff instructions to call Jasmine instead of the emergency number. She was semi-conscious when Jasmine arrived. Tan and Mia recovered about an hour afterward in the hospital. Lucy was still out of it. Bertram didn't ask anything when Jasmine came home. Apart from the fact that he could tell she was exhausted, he was always considerate. They were in the same line of work, but they served different communities. Bertram was a detective in the Human Police Department. She was the head of the interworld relations for the supernatural law enforcement. He knew when he should or shouldn't ask questions. She followed the French toast smell to the open-plan kitchen. From behind the kitchen island, Bertram smiled at her. "Good morning, sunshine." She smiled, knowing exactly how she looked in the morning before coffee. She was anything but pretty. "Good morning, warrior." On the contrary, regardless of how little Bertram fussed with his appearance, he always looked perfect. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw his smile. Just a short while ago, the only thing she saw behind that kitchen island every morning was a coffee machine that wouldn't wake itself up unless she paid for an advanced automatic model. Now, a man who loved her stood in front of her. He was a godsend. Literally. He brought their breakfast to the table. She grabbed black coffee for both of them and headed over. Outside, sunlight danced on the lush green lawn and bounced inside the room via the floor-to-ceiling glass door. This was her favorite time of year. She inhaled the aroma of the freshly brewed coffee and took a sip. Bertram smiled at her over the rim of his cup. He knew that once she had coffee in her system, it was the right time to talk. "I'm heading to Central soon, but before I go, I just want to make sure you don't need me here for whatever happened last night at Vines and Soul." She smiled at him. They had started sharing a life together, but he still maintained the boundaries between their different lines of work. He'd never overstepped and gotten into her business if she didn't want him to. The red wine at the reception killed 2 werewolves and hospitalized 3. "That's serious." She shook her head. "It could have been worse. If it hadn't been a part of the ritual that only they drink the wine, it could have been served to all the guests. I'm guessing it wasn't a wine produced at your vineyard." "No, it was a French Malbec supplied by the groom. He denies any connection, says he knows nothing about the wine. But he can't explain why it was on his supply list. Although he was poisoned along with the others, I still had to detain him for further investigation." Bertram nodded. "Drinking the wine doesn't prove his innocence if he has the antidote. Do you know what kind of poison it was?" Jasmine shook her head. "I've sent the sample to the lab, and the result is—" She picked up her phone to check the results that had been sent over first thing in the morning. There was no poison in the wine. Bertram leaned back in his chair. "You didn't expect them to find anything, did you?" She forked the last bit of her French toast and shook her head. "I suspect the wine is poisonous depending on who drinks it. I sent another sample to Beatrice to see if she can detect anything." "I guess the werewolves died in werewolf form, so their bodies won't be in the morgue." "Right. They've been sent back to their pack. Mia will handle the werewolf politics." Bertram finished up his coffee. "I guess this case won't attract the human police's attention, and so I won't be called in. But if you give me more details about the wine, I can try to track down who imported it and how and when." "Really?" Bertram grinned at her. "I believe when it comes to factual data, the human police database is a lot more effective than its supernatural counterpart." He stood up. She winked at him. "You cooked, so I'll do the dishes. That's the deal." "Thank you. I'd better get going to avoid traffic." She grabbed his hand as he walked past her. "We'll talk about your father's murder tonight, Bertram." "We've already discussed that, Jasmine, and we both agreed that there's nothing we can do." She stood up so that she could look him in the eyes. "We agreed that your father thought someone in the magical world might take his life at any time, but there was no proof that his death was the result of that act." "That's what I just said. We agreed. There's nothing more to talk about." "We need to talk about what you think, not what your father thought." Your father seemed to accept that his death was natural, but you don't think so, and that's what we need to discuss before you do something you'll regret." It didn't surprise her when his midnight black eyes darkened, but the intensity of his stare did. "I don't like you reading my mind, Jasmine." "I don't read minds, Bertram. I don't have that talent." "Well, you read emotions. For me, it's the same thing." "I promised you I wouldn't be invasive of your emotions, and I didn't mean to read them. But when your emotions are so heightened, they blast at me and there's nothing I can do to stop it. The pain of not being able to do anything about your father's death, even though you think it's unjust, eats at you, and it does the same to me." "I'm sorry my emotions bother you, but don't worry, I can control my actions. I promised you I wouldn't do anything drastic, and I'll keep that promise. But I can't control my emotions, and I certainly can't pretend that my father's death is just." He walked to the bedroom. She followed him. "We need to talk this out, Bertram." "Maybe tonight." He tucked his shirt in and grabbed his jacket, but he didn't bother putting it on. "No, we will talk about it. Tonight. Promise?" He looked into her eyes and rubbed a thumb on her cheek. "I love you." "Me too." She regretted the words as soon as she spoke them. Bertram disliked the "me too" response. She had meant to say she loved him back, but she was distracted by a wave of strange and confusing energy hovering in the air. Bertram had already left the room. "Send me more info about the wine and I'll look it up for you," he said on his way out of the house. It didn't matter that she had promised him she wouldn't spy on his mind. She felt an enormous wave of negative emotions coming from him, and that created a looming anxiety in her own mind. She wasn't psychic, but she felt a disaster coming. The worst part was that she had no idea at whom it was directed or when it would happen. What kind of witch am I? Wait, I'm a witch. Yes. How could I forget that? "Bertram," he stopped just outside the gate. She rushed out in her thin sports jumper and sleepers in the middle of winter. Bertram whirled around and brought her back inside. "What is it, Jasmine?" "I recalled something about the wine." She grabbed a notebook from the kitchen island and wrote down the information. "It's a vintage line. Here's the name and year, and it's a special grape variety." She gave him the piece of paper. When he took it, she brushed her hand against his. And that was it. She cast her protective spell on him. It was quite strong, but given his mixed angel make, it had to be in order to be effective. Apart from the headache it might give him tonight and some side effects during the day, it was a good spell. She felt a slight lingering pain in her right palm. When she turned her hand over to check, a bruise had appeared where she'd cast the spell on Bertram. Resistance. She'd never experienced this before, but she'd heard of it. Someone or something else was trying to cast a spell on Bertram as well, and that someone or something might have stronger powers than she did. Chapter 3. Melbourne Cricket Ground Stadium, iconic and imposing in the middle of the botanical area in the heart of Melbourne City, was like any other major sports precinct. The key difference of this venue was that a hidden part of it belonged to the Australian Supernatural Law Enforcement. Jasmine's rank had moved beyond the SLE, but this venue was still her main base contact. Her boss, Caleb, had moved to the Universal headquarters, and he wanted her to be in charge of interworld relations. Any local jobs such as this poisoning case would be considered too small, but Caleb had agreed that Jasmine could maintain connections with the locals, as she had promised her parents she would. Caleb's gigantic desk was located at the back of the room. He was a creature of habit. He sat in front of a computer screen, a half-eaten sandwich on his left, and a double cream coffee on his right. He hadn't changed a bit in years. "You look settled in this humble corner of the world, Caleb. I thought you'd have an office somewhere in another universe." "I do. This is just a small office I use as my hidey hole." He winked at her. "What can I do for you, J.K.?" "About the case of the poisoned wine at the wedding." "I can do anything for you except get involved in that case. We have a deal. You can still handle cases from your local community, but you can neither access the interworld database nor use our resources for those cases. If not me, who would you put in charge of local cases? That's no longer my responsibility. But if I had to guess, before the incident last night, it might be someone from the werewolf community. But now, it might be someone in dark magic. A sorcerer? Would you rather we use a vampire? You're not serious. As I said, local cases are no longer my responsibility. And while we're on the subject of responsibility, when do you think you'll be able to begin your first interworld case for me? I take my commitment seriously, Caleb. I know, and I'm not rushing you. But I'm telling you that you might be interested in your first case in the interworld job. How so? It has something to do with the magical world. You're always curious about that world. What's the case? Caleb chuckled. I'll brief you when you're ready. Now, is there anything else you'd like me to help you with? I need to borrow the dragon blade. The one and only dragon blade that can kill any creature in any world? What could possibly scare you that much, J.K.? After what happened to Bertram, I don't feel safe dealing with the supernaturals using ordinary weapons. We're mortal. If I need to fight them, I want a fair chance. I know you don't want me to use our resources before I start the job. You can have it. The dragon blade is only a weapon. It's replaceable. You are not. Thank you. You don't have to thank me. You're my best recruit, so you'll have my best weapon. He signaled for her to follow him to the weaponry room. Who will have the honor of being your first kill with the blade? Jasmine shrugged. I don't know yet. The poisoned wine came from a vineyard in France. I think I might be dealing with were-creatures at best and cross-world creatures at worst. Caleb used his thumbprint and eye scan to open the weaponry cabinet. The floor-to-ceiling steel door opened to reveal an arsenal that could arm a national troop. These weren't just ordinary weapons. Each of them was specially made with a different functionality. Caleb handed her the dragon blade. Unlike the name and the reputation of this weapon, it was small, light, and more like a dagger than a long combat sword. She could easily tuck it inside her jacket. You know you can do a lot more for us than running around swinging this weapon, right? I know, Caleb. You won't regret your decision. I'm pretty sure I won't. They returned to the office, and he walked her to the exit. I'm putting through the last bit of the paperwork for your position. Just to confirm, your parents' human facade was a hospitality business, and you were born in England, right? Jasmine frowned. Yes, but you've had that information since the day I joined the SLE. I know, but I want to be accurate. Interworld cases are highly sensitive, and I want to make sure I cover all the bases. Your parents have never been to the Crossworld Zone, right? Not as far as I know. And your ex-boyfriend, Liam? He never came back or contacted you, right? I let him die in the woods, if that's what you mean. And the answer is no. He never contacted me again. Whether he's dead or was turned into a vampire, I don't know. She couldn't believe she had to hold back tears. It had been a long time, but it still hurt. I'm sorry I have to ask, J.K. It's protocol. I understand. She exited the sports stadium. As she walked to the car park past a shallow creek, she heard heartbreaking animal sounds. She inched to the edge of a small bridge over the creek to check out the noise. 4 very distressed and worn-out puppies were squirming around in the tall grass. They were too young for collars, and there was no sign of the mother. Jasmine was no expert when it came to animals, but she had a feeling these puppies were just a few days old, a week at the most. She picked them up and took them to her car. Stop crying. I'll get you some milk and we'll bring you to Beatrice. You'll get the best care from her. There went the surprise lunch plans she had for Bertram. His central office was only a couple of kilometers from where she parked. She drove down the road toward the police station. If she could settle the puppies with some food now, she might still be able to have lunch in the city with Bertram. As she drove into the car park of a general store, she saw Bertram walking out of the police station and heading toward his designated car park. He was on break. That was perfect. She didn't like going inside the police station. It was like a buzzing beehive in there. She parked and pulled out her cell phone. She loved seeing the pleasant surprise on his face and the way his eyes twinkled when he smiled. It was a bit too far of a distance to see those eyes, but she could still connect to his emotion. From behind Bertram, Grace stepped out of the car. Bertram turned around. It was too far for Jasmine to see whether he was surprised by her or they had planned to meet. Grace was no longer human. She was supposed to be in the magical world. Why is she here? Jasmine didn't need to close the distance to know that Grace looked perfect, as always. She had been gorgeous as a human, but now, with traces of magical creature in her, she was not much short of magnificent beauty. Jasmine! Bertram's voice came out from her phone. Jasmine had absently called him. She cleared her throat. I'm wondering if you're free for lunch. Are you in the city? No, but I can go in. I actually don't have time for lunch. I'm kind of busy right now. Let's have an early dinner instead. What do you say? Sure, I'll see you at home. See you tonight. Bertram? Yes? I didn't have a chance to say it this morning. I love you. Me too. See you tonight. He hung up and approached Grace. She lied. He lied. And the puppies were crying for food in her car. Jasmine sat for a short moment in her car to gather her thoughts. Then she drove away. Chapter 4. Jasmine strode into the state library at Gisborne and made a beeline toward the supernatural hall. This part of the building was hidden from ordinary human eyes. At the far end of a Gothic decorative hallway was the detention center where Tan was kept. She concentrated on the work at hand. The puppies were with Beatrice. The bodies of the dead werewolves had been received by the pack, and Mia was on her way for a discussion about what had happened. Lucy was not conscious but was no longer in critical condition. The spell Jasmine had cast on Bertram was still in place and didn't appear to cause him any trouble. She sighed. Seeing Grace with Bertram had distracted her. She gave herself a mental slap, reminding herself of her professional conduct. The guard let her in. Tan sat in the questioning room, watching her as she walked in. In the supernatural prison, there was no need for steel cuffs or chains. The spells and magic in place were strong enough to be almost unbreakable. Is Lucy okay? He asked. A storm of pain blasted at Jasmine. She looked into the dark gray eyes of the mixed-blood werewolf. His anxiety was so elevated that she expected him to shift into his werewolf form at any moment. Don't you wolf out on me, Tan. If you do that, we can't talk. Is Lucy okay? I need to see her. She's still in a coma, but she's no longer critical. She'll survive. Why did Mia and I recover, but Lucy didn't? Let me put your question another way, Tan. Why did the two werewolves die, but you didn't? The wine was supplied by you. We've been through this already. I know, but the information you provided wasn't helpful. It didn't help my investigation, and it certainly didn't help you. Those two deserve to die. That's precisely the problem, Tan. You're known for not being on good terms with the pack and the council. Mia is a threat to the current council. Now, 2 of the senior council members were killed at an event, but you and Mia survived. What do you think it will look like if the SLE sends more senior people down here to investigate? I don't care how it looks. I didn't do it. If that's the best you can do, you don't deserve Lucy's love and the fact that she left her life in Kyoto to be here with you. She might not have had your love in Kyoto, but at least she was safe with her pack. What do you want me to do, J.K.? He stood and paced. I can't do anything from here. If you want my help, let me out. As soon as I can connect with my people, you'll have more info. The pack is powerful, but I have my own network, and we survive without the pack's protection. We're independent. By the pack, you mean a network of rogues. Do you really think that will help? It's all I have. I can't let you out, Tan. I know it's hard for you to understand, but the supernatural society has a system of law and order. I don't have the authority to let you out. It doesn't matter whether I like you or not, or whether I agree with the Werewolf Council. I'm sure you can pull some strings to get me out. I don't think I can make you understand. But if I tell you that the wine was French Malbec, Does that ring any bells? Look, JK, I import a lot of products from Europe. Wine is no exception, but I'm not a wine expert. All red wine is the same to me. But if my import business has anything to do with how the wine got to the wedding, then I can give you a list of all of my suppliers. That's okay, but it would be too obvious to be useful. Tan waved his arms in the air. Then what do you want? Just ask me the questions and I'll give you the answers. If all 5 people were killed by the wine, who would gain the most? The most obvious would be the second in charge of the Werewolf Council. Mia is dealing with the pack now, so that leaves you and Lucy. Who would benefit from your death? Tan stopped in his tracks. My business partner would get nothing from my death, except the business going downhill and him being forced to sell it. But Lucy's stepbrother will inherit the family's fortune if she dies. He raised his arms. That's it. It's Sam Ito. He runs an orchid farm in Bendigo. He isn't on good terms with Lucy, so we didn't invite him to the wedding. That's promising. I'll trace that lead. She stood up. Please control your hormones, said Tan. It's distracting, and our lives depend on you now. Excuse me. I have a werewolf nose. Does that surprise you? He tapped a finger on his nose. I don't know what it is you're dealing with, but you're releasing the scent of a female wolf needing a mate. I don't care for your use of metaphor. It's no metaphor. I'm telling you what I can smell as a wolf. Whatever your make is, you have traces of supernatural in you, whatever kind that might be. I'm a natural witch. She didn't mean it, but her voice might have come out as a growl. Tan sat down on his chair with half a smile on his face. No, it wasn't a smile, but a smirk. He looked like he could smell her embarrassment, even though she was sure such an emotional reaction had no scent. No offense, JK. A witch is a human with specific talents and heightened senses. He tapped his nose again. This nose is smelling a supernatural trace. That's an absolute fact, let me tell you. You know I'm a good friend of Mia, right? She's a werewolf like you. He shrugged. I don't have a response to that. It's none of my business what your make is. I want out of this prison, and I want to be with Lucy. You are in charge, and I think whatever is troubling you might affect the way you investigate my case. All right, point taken. Let's leave it at that. I'll sort out your case as soon as I can. Thank you. She walked out of the detention center and strolled as fast as she could toward her car. Chapter 5. Bertram walked along the Yarra River. Grace walked by his side. He would be lying to himself if he pretended his feelings for Grace were totally gone. 3 years of his life spent with her was significant, but it didn't mean he would give in to whatever his feelings might be. His life was with Jasmine now, and he wanted it to be that way for as long as possible. What is it about my father that you couldn't tell me at the station, Grace? Is it true? Is what true? Your mixed angel gene has been triggered and been mixed and suppressed. Yes, it's true. What does that have to do with my father? She looked at his eyes as if examining them. You don't know my eye color? Fire it up, Bertram. Do it for me. I want to see. I'm not a lab rat. No, not at all. You're an angel in your own right. See, I was turned against my will. Yes, I live in the magical plane now, but it's not natural. It's like a skill you're trained in because you weren't born with it. But for you, you were made an angel, and you can control the gene. You can suppress it. You made an angel of Mikkel's caliber retreat to the magical world with her tail between her legs because she couldn't claim you. You don't know what a big deal that is. He stepped back from Grace. He could feel waves of energy coming from her, the unusual supernatural source of energy that had been put into her. Every time it blasted at him, he could feel his angel energy surging up. He had felt it when Mikkel triggered it. He was feeling it right now. If he let it get out of control, all the work people had put in to help him remain human would be wasted. Step away. Don't do this, Grace. You said the angel gene had been suppressed, so why are you afraid of me seeing it? Is it under control or not? He took another step away from her. If you indeed talked to Mikkel about what happened, you wouldn't want to force me. I didn't have a chance to talk to her. She was taken into the House of Gods to be punished as soon as she got back. I visited her in jail because I needed her to release me from the magical world. And she did. On what condition? That's the Bertram I know. It doesn't matter what kind of creature you've become. Grace smiled. Of course she demanded things. She told me if I can force you to show your angel energy to me, it will flare and I'll see it in your eyes. Then you'll become an angel for real. That's what she wants. She wants to see what she and Zepham created become the first success in the magical world. So I'm a lab rat. Is that why you're here? No, Bertram. I've come to terms with the magical ability they put in me. I like it, and I think I can use it to do some good in the human world. And I think you can, too. If Mikkel releases me, I can return here and work. We can work together. There is no us, Grace. We cannot work together. You said we could. That was before. I can't work with you anymore. The energy emanating from her was unbearable. His control was going to fail. The angel energy in him would soon become unmanageable. He inhaled. We can't be in contact anymore. I need to go. He walked away. Bertram, Grace grabbed his hand from behind. There was a spark of light as if there had been an explosion. Both he and Grace were pushed backward several feet. His knees buckled and his adrenaline shot up alarmingly. Jasmine cast a protective spell on you. We're together. It's understandable that she would do that to protect me. It's not protective, Bertram. It's possessive. Since when do you sit back and take that like a meek dog? That's enough. We're done here, Grace. Don't contact me again. He walked away. I told you I have information about your father. I'm not bluffing. Then tell me what it is and name your price for the information. You don't think I'd do anything for you just because I love you? He turned around and looked at her. And I loved you, too. What we had was always special to me, but that's the past. My life is with Jasmine now. I will stay human for as long as I can. If you like being a part of the magical world, good for you. If you want to come back to contribute to the human police force, they will welcome you. But I will ask for a transfer. We can't work together. A tear rolled down her face. It was still Grace's tear. He still felt the pain in her eyes, and that hurt. But he remained controlled and distanced. I accept that, Bertram. Regarding your father, just hear me out. He left you a diary and explained the relationship between Zepham and him and how you were created. He shoved his hands into the pockets of his jacket. There was a diary, and Grace didn't know about it. There must be some truth in what she was saying. He didn't respond or give any signal to confirm or deny what she had just said. Grace continued. Your father's human life has finished, but his essence, or what is commonly referred to as his soul, still remains. What do you mean by that? His human death was not natural, it was part of a deal, and so he lingers between worlds. The pain in his mind exploded. It was as if Grace had read his mind. It was what he suspected. His father had been murdered. His death was unnatural and unjust. And if what you are saying is true, what can I do about it? From a human standpoint, there is nothing you can do. But now you have me. I can connect you to the magical world. You can communicate with your father. You can ask him about what happened. I can help you with that. No one else in this world can help you. What do you want in return, Grace? Nothing. I don't want anything from you. I just need you to trust me. And I can only take you with me if you trust me. You want to take me to the magical world? Not literally, so don't worry. It's not a trick to take you to Mikkel. I'll be your conduit. I'll make the connection, and that will allow you to communicate with your father. I'll think about it. Please do. I saw the group of passengers. They are the lost and lingering souls and will be transferred soon. I don't know what will happen after that. I'll let you know my decision as soon as I can. Can I ask you not to tell Jasmine? Why not? She's now the head of the interworld relations. The sort of connection I'll make is the #1 banned activity. Given how protective she is of you, she won't let that communication happen. You can judge that for yourself, given her work ethics and principles. So, you either trust me enough to do this with me or we don't do it at all." He nodded. "Again, I'll think about it." She smiled at him, then she turned and walked away. Chapter 6. Jasmine parked in front of Vines and Soul. The staff had closed up the restaurant and the place had returned to the tranquility of a small town. Her villa was built at the far side of the vineyard, accessible by foot. She could have constructed a road to her front door, but she never had. She enjoyed the 15-minute walk home from Vines and Soul. Walking along the vines gave her the peace she needed. That headspace had kept her balanced for years, until Bertram came along. He accompanied her wherever she went. The 15-minute walk home from the resort had become an enjoyable experience they shared, but tonight he decided not to go home with her. She didn't pick up when he called, forcing him to leave a message. She had a feeling he needed the space as much as she did. His message said he needed to work late and thought it would be best if he stayed in his city apartment. Now, the prospect of walking the 15 minutes home alone among the vines seemed daunting. Jasmine had sat in her car for half an hour, thinking about what Tan had said this afternoon, about the case, the poison, and the possible connections with the werewolf community. But she couldn't concentrate enough to come up with any conclusions. She picked up the phone and called Beatrice. 20 minutes later, she was standing in front of her friend's house. Beatrice greeted her cheerily at the door with 4 puppies in her arms. Her long, sandy hair was tied back and her sleeves rolled up. Beatrice was in working mode. "See, Mama dropped you off just this afternoon, but she misses you already," she cooed at the puppies. Only Beatrice could talk to animals that way. She could be a model, living the high life in any buzzing city. But she loved the country and chose to be here to take care of the pets. Jasmine smiled at her. "I grabbed these from Vines and Soul Kitchen. I didn't want to come empty-handed." She raised the plastic bag she was holding in her hands. "I'll cook dinner." Nothing on this planet can beat Jasmine's home-cooked meals. "We gladly accept the offer. Come on in." "Where's Lucian?" "I sent him out to buy some stuff. I figured you'd want to talk shop." "Well, you can call him home. You don't want him to miss dinner." "Sure." Beatrice put the puppies in their small puppy house. "You made this house for them this afternoon?" Beatrice laughed. "I'm not psychic. I didn't know you were going to bring the puppies here. Lucian made 5 of these dog houses and had them ready them in the backyard. We become your next-door neighbor next month. We bought the B&B to open a branch for Paws Academy, remember?" "Oh, right. Yes, you told me that." "Are you all right, Jasmine?" "Yes. Why do you ask?" "You seem a bit strange." She shrugged. "I haven't made as much progress on this case as I'd like. I'm a bit testy. Sorry." "Talking about progress, I did find something." Jasmine took the food to the kitchen. "There isn't any poison in the wine, is there?" Beatrice followed her, talking on the way. "As you suspected, whether the wine is poisonous or not depends on who drinks it. And by that, I don't mean the type of creatures, like werewolves or vampires or ordinary humans. I think the wine targets supernaturals. That's the broadest conclusion. We know it kills werewolves, but it doesn't kill ordinary furry animals. So it won't kill normal dogs. Evidence suggests that it won't. I haven't drawn a conclusion on dogs specifically. Evidence? You didn't actually test it on anything, did you, Beatrice? I've planned a test, but haven't started yet. And don't panic, I'm not going to test on animals. I was about to test on plants, flowers and grass, that kind of thing. Remember the wombat that thinks it's a werewolf? Tubby? The wombat with a crush on Lucian. Don't let Lucian hear that or he'll get upset and shift, and then I'll have to buy him new clothes. But yes, that poor wombat sneaked onto our veranda and drank the sample wine I had put there to prepare for the test. Is Tubby okay? I don't think he likes Malbec. But apart from being a bit drunk, I think he was all right. He reeled back to his burrow and burped it up. Then he went back out for some grass late afternoon. So I don't think the wine affects ordinary animals, and it may be okay for humans to drink. Don't you dare even think about it. Just kidding. But yes, that's the progress I wanted to tell you about. The wine targets supernatural creatures, starting with werewolves. Jasmine examined the tomato before chopping it. Spaghetti bolognese? Beatrice grinned. Perfect. Do you have any red in the house, apart from that Malbec? Of course I do. How about some Cabernet Sauvignon? That will do, Jasmine said as she started chopping the fresh button mushrooms. Tomatoes, she said, pointing the knife at the chopped tomatoes. And mushrooms, she continued as she put the chopped mushrooms in a bowl, are important ingredients in a good spaghetti bolognese sauce. However, Beatrice arched an eyebrow. Yes, there is a however. I can still make a good sauce without the mushrooms, but I can't without the tomatoes. Jasmine looked at Beatrice. The poisonous ingredient in the wine primarily targets werewolves, but Tan and Mia recovered. Mia is a deadliner. Beatrice kept her hands on her hips as she walked around the kitchen. She's a werewolf, but her gene wasn't functioning until she forced it with a trigger. She's not a natural werewolf. Jasmine nodded. Tan is mixed blood, so his make isn't pure either. So is the poison targeting natural and purebred werewolves. Lucy was killed. She was 100% purebred supernatural. That's why the poison did more damage to her than it did to Tan and Mia. But she's a fox, not a wolf. So maybe that's why she didn't die on the spot. Beatrice's eyes lit up. That's right. Makes perfect sense. But we still don't know who put the poison there. It could have been a mistake. Maybe they meant to kill everyone at that wedding and didn't know that the poison wouldn't work on non-purebred werewolves. Jasmine disliked going back to square one, but she didn't know where else to go. I'm home. Lucian stood grinning at the door. He was gorgeous, even before his werewolf gene was triggered. Jasmine knew she shouldn't be, but she couldn't help feeling jealous of those supernatural creatures who had the gene for good looks naturally embedded in them. Not that she didn't appreciate what her parents had given her. Others considered her easy to look at, but sometimes she thought she'd appreciate a little boost from nature. As always, Lucian strode in and gave her a bear hug. He wrinkled his nose. Is that spaghetti bolognese I smell? His stomach growled audibly, making Beatrice laugh. As soon as Lucian let go of Jasmine so that she could resume her breathing and regain the ability to speak, she said, Your favorite, yes. Shortly afterward, and before Jasmine knew it, she had consumed a substantial amount of red wine. She looked at Lucian and Beatrice, who were sitting across the table, over the rim of her wine glass. So, Lucian, now that you've been a werewolf for a few months, what is it like to live the supernatural life? He smiled. I'm definitely stronger. He eats a lot more without gaining an ounce. How unfair! Beatrice pinched his shoulder lightly. Well, I do have a bigger and better appetite, and my senses are more acute. I can even smell the mixed blood in you. She might be drunk, but she saw the color drain from Beatrice's face. Jasmine is human, not supernatural, Lucian. What do you mean by mixed blood? I don't know. I mean, I know what human blood smells like, and whatever is surging through your veins is different and more potent. Jasmine stood up. This is the second time today I've heard strange things from werewolves. I simply don't have the capacity to pay attention to this personal matter. I better head home. Beatrice scowled. You're going nowhere with that much alcohol in your system. I know what I'm doing. No, I'll call Bertram if you want to go home, or you'll stay here tonight. Jasmine sat down. I thought so, Beatrice muttered. I'll grab some ice cream for dessert. Salted caramel. As Beatrice sauntered into the kitchen, Jasmine looked at Lucian. Lowering her voice, she asked, How much of it is non-human blood? Can you tell? And is it just one, or are there many different types in it? It's potent, so whatever it is, it's strong. I'm new to the werewolf business, so I can't detect anything more than that. I can't tell the quantity or the variety, but it feels strangely familiar. Beatrice came back with the ice cream. It was Jasmine's favorite flavor. But it had been a strange day, and now even salted caramel tasted funny in her mouth. Chapter 7. Bertram poured a couple of fingers of scotch into a crystal glass. These days, he spent the majority of his time at Jasmine's peaceful villa in Gisborne. Alcohol was the only thing in his city apartment that was digestible at the moment. This contemporary apartment with a panoramic view of the city landscape and Albert Park was now no more than an ensemble of expensive cement and glass. Still, the apartment held good memories and he wasn't ready to put it on the market. But tonight, he was not here for sentimental reasons. The meeting with Grace had triggered, or perhaps broken, some of the protection Jasmine had put in place to help him control the mixed supernatural energy living in his body. He needed to understand that energy, and more importantly, he had to be able to control it. Jasmine's protection had been good, but he couldn't live his life relying on something he didn't understand. If that protection had broken today when he talked to Grace, what would be the consequence? Would he turn into a werewolf or an angel, or would he simply explode into thousands of particles simply because his human body couldn't contain the supernatural energy? Grace had mentioned his father's diary. Not many people knew about it. Not then, and definitely not now. After memorizing every word in it, he had destroyed it. What his father had written felt like a life story laid out for him. Every word had been written for Bertram. It felt like it was his own life story, and thus it wasn't hard to remember every detail. "You are 1 day old today, Bertram. You're so strong. You didn't cry much at all when you came out, just enough to let us know that you'd arrived, safe and healthy. You looked at me as if you knew what was expected of you, as if you knew you were special. I decided to keep this diary for you. When you get a chance to read this, I will have been long gone. Suffice it to say that I hope you'll never read it. At this point in time, I'm not sure if I'll have an opportunity to introduce you to Zapham. I saved her life at a Zinfandel vineyard not so long ago without knowing she was an angel. To return the favor, she gave me a potion in a bottle I brought home from Croatia as a present for your mother. Zapham claimed that the potion carries the angelic gene, and the make of an angel has been deposited into you. I didn't wish for your birth to be manipulated, but I couldn't reverse Zapham's action and what had been done to you. Zapham promised me she would help to keep you a human for as long as she could, and if for any reason I'm gone before I can tell you this, she will be your guardian angel. One day she'll be able to tell you about your relationship with the angels." Bertram stared at the wall. His father didn't want this. And he, Bertram, hadn't asked for supernatural ability. He was grateful Mia and Jasmine had mixed his blood to distract the angels. But based on what Grace said, they might still be interested in claiming him. He needed to control the situation. He picked up his cell phone and called Jim, his best friend and confidant. Jim's face appeared on the screen. "How was it?" Jim frowned. "How was what?" "The sex. You have sex written all over your face." "It was perfect, if you must know." "I'm glad you're happy." Bertram took the last sip of scotch. "Are you alone now?" Jim looked aside, then looked back at the screen. "Mia just went downstairs for her ritual cup of tea. We'll see the Werewolf Council tomorrow. It'll be a big day and she needs to prepare. I'm giving her some space, so yes, I'll be alone for a bit. Judging by the wall behind you, you're not at Vines and Soul and not with Jasmine. I hope you aren't in trouble. Why are you calling me, Bertram?" Bertram chuckled. Jim was always acting like his big brother, even though he was only a few months older. It made Jim feel better, so Bertram always let it slide. "I need your help. I need you to watch me and not call Jasmine." Jim frowned. "Without more info, I can't give you a definite yes or no on that." "Grace came to my station this afternoon. She came back from the magical land?" "How?" "To make a long story short, when she was in close proximity to me, the supernatural energy inside me surged. It was almost out of control." Jim's eyes darkened. "I have to call Jasmine." "No. The surge almost broke her protective shield on me. It's just a matter of time before that energy is unleashed. If I can't control and manage that supernatural energy, then the protective shield will very soon feel like a shackle, and I can't live like that." "I totally understand, Bertram. But we have to figure this out step by step. You have to work with me. Work with us. Whatever it is you're planning to do by yourself in that apartment and without Jasmine, it's bad. Real bad. Jim, if you call Jasmine or Mia, I'll hang up right now. No, okay, I'm listening. I'm by myself. See? He turned the camera so that Bertram could see the room. Now tell me, what's your plan? I'm at a neutral and balanced point between human, werewolf, and angel energy. I managed to get to that point myself before Jasmine could lock it in. Wait, if you could do that, then why can't you drag the point toward the 100% human, assuming you want to be human? Then we no longer have to worry about this. You heard the angel Mikkel, Jim. The supernatural energy is within me. There's no way to get it out of my body. There are 2 supernatural sources in me and 1 human. So if I go too much toward the human end, it's likely that the supernatural will take over because those 2 sources are stronger. And if I let the supernatural sources increase their control, there will be conflicts between the angel and the werewolf. You mean they'll fight over which one controls you? Yes. I think that if I increase the level of supernatural and push the limit, as long as there's a conflict and resistance between them, I'll stay in control of my body. But of course, that's just a theory and it could become ugly. But if I don't learn to control it, it will control me. What's the worst case scenario? I lose control of the whole thing and become a beast, whatever it might be. But if that happens, it will be my decision. It's the price I'm willing to pay to control my body and mind. And I would rather have that than live my whole life with the possibility that anyone with this knowledge could use the balance point to hold me at ransom. Why can't you do this experiment with Jasmine? She loves me. She'll be biased. Plus, this is too painful of an experience for her to go through. And I don't love you, bro? I don't experience pain? You do, but you're a tough guy. Bastard. All right, are you doing this with me or not? What do you want me to do? Bertram put the phone on the kitchen island. Can you see the whole room? Yes, Bertram. He sat down on the sofa facing the phone. I'm going to push that energy point up 1 notch at a time. You tell me what changes you see and I'll know where I should stop. How will you know you're still in control? If I can hear you, then I'm still in control. I can feel it when I approach my limit. I'll stop before that. What changes do you want me to monitor? I don't want to see a change in body shape. That's a sign of shifting, and I think shifting will push me out of control. You think? All right, Jim. I know a change in body shape is not the direction in which I want to go. Jim raked his hands through his hair. Okay, all right. We'll do this, but do it slowly. You ready? Not really. How can I ever be ready for this? But if you must, then do it. Bertram concentrated and closed his eyes. He could feel a spot of energy heating up in the middle of his chest. He moved it, inch by inch, up to his head and into his mind. Pushed it, 1 notch at a time. He could hear Jim's voice coming out of the speaker. Okay, you're turning pale. Very pale. But you can keep going. He kept pushing. No, your skin is turning reptilian. Wrong way, go back. Bertram dialed down, then changed direction. That's better. Keep going, slowly. I like your color now. He moved forward. The changes are only in your skin, so I think it's okay. Nod if you can hear and understand me, Bertram. Bertram nodded. Holy cow, your shoulders have bulked up. Bertram heard the fabric of his shirt tearing. He pulled the garment off. The heat in his body intensified. Your arms have changed shape. Too much wolf. Go back. Can you hear me, Bertram? Bertram felt his arms pushing at the coffee table in front of him, but he couldn't grab anything. Change direction, Bertram. You don't want this. Show me you still can hear me and understand what I'm saying, or pull the level the hell down. Bertram leveled down. That's better. Don't do that again. Is that your limit? Are we done? Bertram pushed it in another direction. Careful, Bertram. You look like you're going in the cold direction, turning pale again. He pushed it further. Okay, skin color has changed. Dial down. Enough, Bertram. Let's call it a day. Jim's voice started to echo. It was distorted and seemed to lag. "I don't like this, Bertram. Pull it down. Pull it the hell down." Bertram tried. He felt his limit. He knew he should stop, but he no longer had control. Chapter 8. Jasmine nuzzled into Bertram's left side. She had been staring at the ceiling for over an hour. She had never spent the night at Bertram's city apartment. He'd suggested they spend New Year's Eve here, as he had the best view of the fireworks in the city. They would spend the whole year at her villa, enjoying the peace and tranquility of a small town. Then, once a year, they would spend the night watching the fireworks over the vibrant city landscape. That was Bertram's plan, although they both knew it might not be viable. Jim had called her last night. He was hysterical and barely coherent. Lucian had driven Beatrice and her here, as he didn't trust either of the ladies to drive safely into the city. Mia and Jim arrived at the same time. They had all stormed into this apartment to be confronted with a devastating scene. Bertram lay on the floor, but aside from being unconscious, he didn't appear to suffer from any injuries. She told the group she could take it from there and sent them home. Caleb didn't want her to be the head of interworld relations for no reason. She had been good as a field agent for SLE, but she was excellent at interworld matters. She had a natural understanding of how things worked in the space of inter-universes. Jasmine knew her value. Such intuition was rare, and if that was considered a talent, then she was comfortable claiming it. Based on what Jim had described, she understood what Bertram was trying to do. She agreed with his decision, but she resented the fact he didn't trust her enough to talk to her about it. When Bertram stirred, she looked at his face, looked into his eyes, intense midnight dark eyes. She smiled at him. He was groggy for a second, and then reality snapped back to him. "Please, can we not argue about what happened?" He rolled over and buried his face into the pillow. "I have no plans to argue with you, Bertram." He rolled back to face her. "Really? You're not mad?" "I am. Not because of what you did, but because you did it without me." "I'm sorry." He pulled her down to lie next to him. "Tell me what you know and what will happen next, Jasmine. I can take it. But judging by the look on your face, whatever it is, it can't be too bad." "Well, you want the good news or the bad news first?" "The bad news. The living room of your $1,000,000 apartment was destroyed. It's inhabitable. And after all the effort you put into it, we still don't know what sort of supernatural creature you might turn into." "I'm okay with that. The good news is that you have a handle on your energy level. I don't think I need to keep a shield on you anymore. You might not know what you might turn into, but you can return to your human form when you want, because you've established that human is your core energy." "So I'm a shapeshifter?" "Not quite, but you can use that description. A human shapeshifter, if that makes any sense." "So I don't know what I'll shift into, but I can safely shift back to my current human form?" "Yes, but it's just a theory. If you try to manipulate your energy again, I'll divorce you." He smiled. "No, ma'am, won't do that again." "What did Grace want?" He paused for a second. Then he sat up and leaned against the headboard. "I didn't tell you I was with Grace when you called for lunch. I'm sorry. I saw you with her at the car park. I came into the city to the MCG. I wanted to surprise you for lunch. I didn't tell you that on the phones. I'm sorry." "So we're square?" "Yes." "Grace came to tell me that she could help connect me with my father. She said my father's death was unnatural, and because of that, his essence lingers in between worlds. I didn't make any promise that I would take her up on her offer. I know we disagree on whether my father's death was just." "She was right. What are you saying?" "We didn't disagree about your father's death. I only meant that you made an assumption about his death, and it was driven by emotion, so it might not be best for you. But Grace was right that if your father's death was unnatural, and if he doesn't accept it, then his soul will linger. However, there are other ways to communicate with the cross world rather than relying on a conduit, ways that are more legit." Bertram smiled. She also said you would object to using her as a conduit. She asked me not to tell you." Jasmine smiled back. "I've no comment regarding that." He laughed. He held her hand and played with her fingers. "Are you saying you'll help me connect with my father?" "I'll try. And it will only work if, indeed, your father didn't accept his death and wants to connect. I don't disagree with you, but his diary makes it sound like he accepted it." He nodded. "As long as his death wasn't the result of any games or manipulations, I'm fine with it." He got off the bed and went out to the living room. A few seconds later, he came back to the bedroom. Jasmine grinned at him. "Pretty bad, isn't it? Come on, get changed. We'll get takeaway coffee." "What did I turn into?" "Your phone was smashed, so that's why Jim couldn't see anything. Based on the scratches on the furniture, I'm guessing it was something with long claws. The ceiling lights are broken, so you must have had some kind of wings. The artwork on the wall is destroyed, and some of it is smashed against the broken kitchen tap. There's fur on the paintings. And your sofa cushions were torn up, I think by both claws and teeth, and the hallways look as if they were damaged by a hammer, or maybe a large, hard beak. In sum, we have absolutely no idea what you turned into during that period." He leaned his long body against the doorframe. "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" "A little." He approached her and pushed her down onto the bed. "Then enjoy this as well." He started kissing her. She felt an intoxicating blend of anticipation and exhilaration, her skin tingling as he lowered himself beside her. The man she once thought she knew had transformed, revealing an animalistic intensity she found wildly enticing. He began to trace the contours of her body with his fingertips, each touch sending shivers down her spine. His lips found hers, and she parted them eagerly, surrendering to the growing heat between them. His kiss was tender and passionate, as if he wanted to savor every moment and make this last an eternity. As their bodies melded together, she reveled in the sensation of his hard muscles pressed against her softness. The slow, deliberate buildup of pleasure made her ache for more, and she could feel the tension within her coiling tighter with each tender caress. His fingers danced across her skin, leaving a trail of fire wherever they went. She moaned, her hips bucking instinctively, seeking the release she craved. He chuckled softly, the sound resonating deep within his chest, an earthy rumble that sent vibrations straight to her core. He continued his tantalizing exploration, teasing her with feather-light touches and languid kisses, drawing her closer and closer to the edge. Each breath grew more ragged as her desire mounted, and she clung to him, desperate for the sweet relief only he could provide. With a final, slow stroke, he sent her soaring over the precipice, her body convulsing with waves of ecstasy. They lay there in a contented heap, basking in the warm afterglow of their passionate encounter. Bertram traced lazy circles on her skin, sending little sparks of pleasure through her sensitized nerves. She turned to look at him, marveling at how his eyes seemed to glow in the dim light of the bedroom. There was a softness there now, a tenderness that contrasted sharply with the fierce passion of moments before. "That was," she began, struggling to find words adequate to describe the experience. "Incredible," he finished for her, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. She nodded, snuggling closer to him and breathing in his scent, a heady mixture of cologne, sweat, and something uniquely him. For a moment, she allowed herself to forget about the complications in their lives. "Did you say Jim was hysterical?" "I think you could use that description," he said as his hands roamed under her shirt. "That's the price of being my friend." "Yes, you're pretty high maintenance." "Will Mia update you on her call to the werewolves?" "She'll update me for sure, and it's not a call, it's a face-to-face meeting. It's in Yarra National Park, so it's a bit of a drive." "Face-to-face?" "Yes, you don't think werewolves do Zoom meetings, do you?" Bertram sat up. "Is something wrong, Bertram? Beatrice and I talked last night. We think the poison was designed to kill werewolves, but whoever made it didn't know that it only kills purebred werewolves, so that person can't be an insider in the werewolf community. It's not Tan or Mia, because if they wanted to kill werewolves, they'd have better ways to do it than smuggling wine into a werewolf wedding. So Jim and Mia will be fine to go to the gathering. Bertram threw his clothes on. This is not good. Can you call Mia, please? Before lunch yesterday, I took a quick look at Tan's import business to see where he gets the wine. I found that his business partner has a very unusual business profile. He has interests in many herbal medicines companies all over the world. I meant to ask Beatrice if she could make anything out of the herbal combinations. Those business activities don't appear anywhere in the business he shares with Tan. Mia isn't picking up her phone. I'll call the jail and ask Tan about his business partner. She called. The phone rang without anyone picking up, which was unusual. I can't access the SLE database to see if Tan's business partner is supernatural. A message flashed on her phone in reply to her missed call to the supernatural jail. We have an emergency situation. 5 guards and 20 prisoners have been poisoned. Bertram and Jasmine rushed toward the elevator. Jasmine left a message on Mia's phone. Don't go to the gathering, Mia. Something is trying to wipe out the werewolves. Chapter 9. Mia concentrated on the road ahead. Jim had insisted on driving. He understood this gathering was a significant one. But Mia knew he wasn't here because of the importance of the event, but to protect her. She couldn't understand on what basis a human thought he could protect a werewolf. It must be a masculine trait. She smiled inwardly. It didn't matter what his reasoning was. It felt good to be loved and cared for. Mia cared about Jim. A lot. As for the L word, however, she wasn't yet sure. She wasn't calculating, nor did she have reservations about commitment. She just didn't quite understand the concept of passionate love. She couldn't go with the flow like Beatrice, or go all in with determination like Jasmine. When she wasn't able to methodically analyze something, she found it difficult to make a decision. They were quite close to the gathering in the Yarra National Park. In fact, they had gone past the part of the park that was accessible to humans and were now in supernatural territory. She checked her phone. No signal. They had entered the land of werewolves. She looked at Jim. He didn't appear to be concerned. The road they drove on along the hillside narrowed into a dirt road, and soon after became a bush road that did not cater to vehicles. Mia pointed to a clearing. I think that's the car park. She had never been so deep into this territory. Her family and immediate pack lived much further north. This place was more of a control center, where the council stayed and worked, and she guessed this was where they had brought the dead bodies. The chunky wooden hall didn't fit any architectural type she knew of. You may want to stay outside, Jim. I didn't come all the way here to stay outside. They might not want to let me in. But maybe you can give me some sort of authority so I can come with you? Like what, Jim? How about making me your deputy? I'm not their leader yet, so I can't have a deputy. Look, I thought you'd drive me here and then wait in the car. Nope, that wasn't my intention, he said. How about a bodyguard? You have the Queen Wolf talisman. You're not their leader yet, but you can claim that position. You're now an important member of this community, and that means you need a bodyguard. Jim, you're not serious. I'm dead serious. I know this is a ritual event, but the 2 wolves were killed at an event you helped organize for a mixed-blood werewolf and a werefox. Some of the werewolves have said they don't have a problem with you, but I bet there are others who don't believe you. That's why I'm here, to talk that out and answer any questions. I know you have good intentions, Mia, and the majority of the wolves might support you and want you as their future leader. But it will take only one enemy to turn the whole situation against you. It doesn't matter whether it's a werewolf or a human community. There will always be one person who covets the power you're about to claim. So stay here with the car. If things go pear-shaped, I'll run back here. No deal. Jim, how in the world do you think you, a human, can protect a werewolf? He tapped the left side of his jacket. A werewolf's teeth can't beat what I have with me. Mia lowered her voice. You brought a weapon into werewolf territory, knowing they can heal their injuries, and we're outnumbered if we make them angry enough to fight. This is just to level the playing field. I don't have wolf fangs, Mia. Plus, I'm only aiming for your enemies, which I hope to be the minority. It's your job to keep the majority of the supporters on your side. I don't think we'll be outnumbered if we plan our move correctly." He surprised her. He was being strategic, not a blind, sentimental fool. She could indeed make him her deputy. "What kind of weapon is it?" "A special gun with special bullets." "How special?" "Special enough to cause the supernaturals some damage. That's all I knew when I bought it." "All right, we'll talk about this later. But please, don't pull your weapon unless it's absolutely necessary." "Yes, my queen." They walked through double wooden doors and entered a hall. Inside, about 30 werewolves in human form stood. 2 sealed coffins were placed in the center of the room, and 8 guards in wolf form stood watch over them. 4 old men sat on large chairs at the far end of the hall. Mia figured they were the power figures of the council. Next to them were 2 empty chairs. Mia knew most of the members of the werewolf community and their current leader. She didn't know the council. The werewolf political system in this area ran kind of like a monarchy. The alpha was the spiritual leader, the king or queen of the pack. The council was like a parliament in the human system. They held political and military power. Ron Wilson, the retired leader of the pack, had given Mia the Alpha Talisman, symbolizing his endorsement of her leadership. That was 1/3 of the battle. She would need the support of the community and the council to control the other 2/3. Sitting next to the council right now was a man she didn't wish to see. Mulani, the current alpha, sat on his chair observing her every movement. As Jim had said, if she were to have an enemy, he would be the obvious one. He was the leader without Ron's endorsement. He definitely had the council's support, so if there was a battle between Mia and Mulani for the true leadership position, winning the community's support was key. Mulani smirked. "Look who's here, coming to us after sending us the bodies of our council members and bringing a human to our ceremony. We don't mind human spectators at all, but she must be sure she can handle what he will see without soiling our great hall." Mia glanced around. If this was the great hall mentioned in the werewolf Bible, she much preferred her small psychiatric clinic in the human town. She nodded to acknowledge the council. "Counselors, I didn't send the bodies. The SLE sent them." "Understood. That's why we agreed to let you come here to talk to us," said the oldest of the 4 counselors. Mia had expected that. The supernatural law enforcement managed power across all supernatural species in all worlds, like the human Interpol. Jasmine had predicted their respect for the SLE would be a safeguard for Mia's visit there. Mia smiled. "And this is Jim. He's my deputy for the position Ron Wilson, your late alpha, has handed down to me." Mulani laughed. "We don't have such a position." "With all due respect, Mulani, that is up to the discretion of the full right leader. He deputized me within my right and jurisdiction. Neither of us is the full right leader of the pack. That is a matter of us taking the position to the community for them to choose. I'm here to address the council and answer any questions they might have regarding the incident." Mulani leaned back in his chair. "You seem to know the rules, Mia, but I'm not sure it's enough to be the leader. I'm certain that you know that the Great Hall is our sacred spiritual ground, and whatever is said here has a spiritual meaning that counts toward the leadership." "Yes, I know that." "Right. So then you also know that as true werewolves, we fight with the strength of our body and spirit. And because of that, carrying external weapons into the Great Hall is a grave offense. Is your deputy carrying a weapon?" Chapter 10. Bertram pulled his car into a temporary car park being used for a nearby construction site. It was a 3-minute walk from there to the Gisborne State Library, where the supernatural jail was housed. With the mass poisoning incident that had just occurred, the site was packed with vehicles, and he didn't want to waste time finding a place at the front of the building to park his car. As soon as he got out of the vehicle, Glenn called. Bertram stared at his boss's name on the screen. Glenn had tried to reach him 3 times this morning but hadn't left a message. Bertram gestured for Jasmine to go ahead to the jail. They were expecting her guidance to sort out this crisis. Yes, Glenn. There's a new case I need you to be on. Can you send me the file? I'll get on it straight away. The files have been sent. This takes priority over your other cases, Bertram. The MCG has a game tomorrow night. The MCG? What happened? A body was found in the men's locker room. Forensics is there now, but ideally I'd like you to take a look before they seal the scene. Will do, Glenn. The MCG was where the Melbourne headquarters of the SLE was located. Bertram knew mundane humans couldn't see the SLE people, but he disliked the idea that this case might have something to do with the SLE. Jasmine always kept interactions between the humans and the supernaturals minimal. So, if SLE people were involved in a human death, he'd have an issue with it. He hung up the phone and saw Beatrice and Lucian hurrying toward the supernatural jail. He called out to them from across the road. They stopped and waited for him. "How are you feeling, Bertram?" Beatrice asked. "I've been better. Thank you for taking Jasmine to the city last night." "You're welcome." Beatrice smiled, a smile that could bring about world peace, Bertram thought. "You created a magnificent scene in your apartment, Bertram. Very dramatic, intense. Can I use it in one of my paintings?" Lucian grinned. "Yes, if you can afford the exorbitant amount of licensing fees and royalties I'll charge." "I didn't know you were for sale." Lucian chuckled. "Unfortunately, no one is going to pay for your art if you paint me, Lucian." Beatrice pulled out her phone. "I was about to send you this, Bertram, when Jasmine called. I've done some research on your list of herbal companies. At face value, it appears that there are no connections between them. But when I looked at the herbs, not the companies, some of them, and some combinations of them, could have nasty effects on those who consume them if you add some elemental spells." "For example?" She showed him a picture of a purple flower. "This is not a herb, obviously. It's one of the most toxic flowers on the planet. But there are 3 herbs made by 3 different companies on your list that, if you combine them, will make the same toxin as the one in this flower." "Is it the same as what was in the Malbec that killed the werewolf counselors?" "Yes and no. The plant base is the same, but the elemental spells added to the toxin neutralized it." Bertram shook his head. "By neutralizing, you mean the spell makes the toxin become an ordinary herb?" Beatrice grinned. "That's right. An herb that's as innocent as a lamb and will give you glowing skin. Humans can safely take it. Even wombats can take it." "What?" "Don't worry about the wombat, Bertram. The point is, without the spell, the toxin will kill any mundane creatures that ingest it, but it won't do a thing to the supernaturals. But with the spell, the reverse effect happens." "I guess Jasmine wants you to test the toxin they just used here in the jail." Beatrice nodded. "But that makes no sense," Bertram said. "There are no deaths here, and all the inmates and the guards are, for sure, supernatural. Jasmine said you discussed with her that the purity of the supernatural might be the reason. But among 25 infected people in this jail, you'd expect at least one purebred creature, wouldn't you?" "What if they die later?" Lucienne asked. "Like maybe the poison kills at a slower rate here." Bertram nodded. "Or maybe the creatures, in this case, are stronger than those at the wedding." "Or it could be a different method of poisoning," said Lucian. "I can only tell if I come in and take a look." "Good idea. Could I steal Lucienne for a sec, Beatrice?" She gestured a yes and then walked toward the jail. "What's up?" asked Lucian. "When you turned for the first time, what did it feel like?" "If you think you're turning into a werewolf, Bertram, I think you're wrong." "How can you tell?" "I can smell a wolf, even a trace of one. It's not in you." "Okay, but what if I turn slowly? How can I tell if I'm turning?" "It's like a sensation. You'll feel it running up your spine to your head. You'll know it when it happens. It doesn't hurt, but I wouldn't say it's a pleasant experience the first time." "Then can I undo it? Like stop the turn after it has occurred?" Lucian shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe not. But why would you want to undo it if you can benefit from it and can control your supernatural ability? What if it's out of my control? I still don't know what I've turned into. What if I hurt someone after I turn? What if I lose my awareness of being a human being? Become an animal? Can the turn be undone by me or someone else? I don't have the answers for any of that. I'm guessing if you've changed totally, like mind and body, then it's hard to undo. You can shift back and forth the way I do, but you can't stop the change from happening. It's better if you only have supernatural traces, like Jasmine. Then you can learn to control it without having to shapeshift. Jasmine has supernatural traces in her? Oops, I thought she told you. She said last night that 2 wolves had sniffed out her supernatural traces. One of the wolves was me. Does that mean that the trace has appeared in her just now? That it wasn't there before? If it had been, you would have smelled it before, right? Yep, that was my point. But it seemed either she didn't think much about it, or she was too busy to worry about you last night. Bertram nodded. I'll talk to her. Can I go to my lady now? Yes, Lucian. Thank you. Lucian rushed away. Bertram raked his hands through his hair. He recalled a section of his father's diary, and it made his stomach tumble. Chapter 11. Jim flexed the muscles on his left arm just to make sure that the gun was still in place. He had a feeling he might need to use it very soon. Mia appeared calm. She was always calm, especially when situations went pear-shaped. That was a rare quality in a leader, Jim thought. Milani raised an eyebrow, waiting for Mia's answer to his question about whether Jim had carried a weapon into their sacred place of worship. Mia smiled at the Alpha. Whether Jim is carrying a weapon or not is irrelevant, Milani. It's a grave offense. I think it's very relevant. Ever since Ron gave me the Alpha Talisman, I haven't felt safe going anywhere by myself. You've said there's no legitimate position for a deputy in the werewolf community, and neither of us is the full right leader of the pack. Therefore, I made my own rules and appointed Jim as my deputy and human bodyguard. And as my bodyguard, it's necessary for him to carry a weapon. He's not even a wolf, a council member muttered. That's precisely my point. Mia smiled at them. Jim swallowed a chuckle. When Mia smiled like that, she was going in for a kill. Jim is not subject to the werewolf rules. This great hall is just another building to him. And because I appointed him as my bodyguard, he carries a weapon whenever he is on duty. Milani stood. I won't let this issue slide, Mia. But right now, we have a more pressing matter at hand. On behalf of the council, I'd like to ask you a few questions regarding the incident that killed 2 of their members. I will only address the council, she said, and turned to face the 4 members. Given you are all here, why can't you ask me directly? The oldest man in the council, Han, nodded. All right, I agree with Mia. Milani doesn't speak for us. Milani's eyes sparked with anger. He turned and glared at the council. While the others looked away, Han stared back at him. Then he looked at Mia. The council doesn't have any questions regarding the death of its members. I have personally examined the bodies. I know the deaths have nothing to do with you or the SLE, and decided that the council should let the members rest in peace. I was almost killed in the same incident. May I ask you to share the conclusion you drew so that I can relay the information to the SLE? I'm afraid I can't give you that information. Council policy is to maintain peace with the human community. We have always operated that way and will continue to do so. We will find the individual or individuals who did this to our members, and they will pay for what they did. But that will remain a part of our internal affairs. Then what should I tell the SLE? We have a mixed blood and a werefox who were poisoned as well. You might not see them as one of us, but the SLE sees it differently. They didn't die. Tell them that next time they may not be so lucky. Mia smiled. Are you sure that's the message you want to send to the SLE, counselor? Use your judgment, Mia, Han said. Whatever you think is fair. I don't consider the mixed blood wolf and the werefox to be one of us. Thank you, I'll do just that. Mia turned to leave the hall. Jim did the same. Mulani stepped forward. Leave the talisman here, he said. You're not entitled to it. And why would I do that, Mulani? The talisman can only be passed on to offspring of the Alpha. You're not Ron Wilson's offspring. I'm not Ron's daughter. Lucky me. Because if I were, you would have killed me like you killed his other children. The council member stood. That's a serious accusation, Mia, said Han. You have no grounds to accuse me of that, Mulani said. I challenge you, Mia. If you think you deserve the talisman, then fight for it. Jim stepped over. Wait, the whole bunch of you fighting a lady? That's just not right by either human or supernatural standards. Mulani chuckled. A challenge is one-on-one. If she backs out of a fight, she's not worthy of the leadership. She doesn't want your pathetic leadership position. Mulani smirked. You're speaking for her now? She respects the community and the late Alpha. She won't turn down the position out of respect. I am not speaking for her, but I won't let her be shackled to a position to serve a community that doesn't value her contribution. Han shook his head. The council values and supports the true leader. Mulani cast a dismissive glance at Mia. It appears I don't have a true competitor. That would take courage. Fine, keep the talisman. I don't need it to do what I'm doing, which is serving the community. I accept your challenge, Mia said. Mia, don't do this. Let's leave. This is not your fight. Jim grabbed her elbow, but she shrugged him off. Mia approached Mulani. I might not have courage, but I certainly wouldn't kill for the position. You couldn't get Ron to give you the talisman, so now you're trying to dismiss its significance. It's always been a significant part of the leadership, Mia, Han said. I have no proof that you killed Ron, but trust me, I will prove it one day. If you want to fight for the talisman today, I accept your challenge. But no matter what the result is, I will prove that you killed Ron. In a flash, Mulani shifted into a gigantic wolf and leaped out the door. Hey, Jim started, but before he could say anything more to stop Mia, she shifted into her wolf form, half the size of Mulani, and charged outside after him. Everyone rushed out of the hall. Jim could hear the humming sound of the wolves getting excited. They loved a good fight. He rolled his eyes. Of course they would. They were werewolves. What else should he expect? The two wolves circled, eyeing each other. In a split second, they charged. All Jim saw after that was a whirlwind of dirt, leaves, and fur. Mia put up a good fight, but as he expected, she had no chance against a wolf of Mulani's caliber. Not only was he physically much bigger and stronger, but he also had a lot more experience. It didn't matter how good a fighter she was still a new wolf. When they parted, they were both wounded. It's a draw. The challenge has concluded, Han announced. Mia sat still in her wolf form. Jim could tell she was hurting. He stepped toward her to pick her up so that she didn't have to walk. Then he saw Mulani's fangs. The gigantic wolf lunged at Mia, going in for the kill, strong jaws aiming at her neck. Mulani couldn't accept a draw. Jim stepped in front of Mia, grabbed Mulani's chest with his left hand as he came down, and with his right hand, he drew the gun, pointed it at the wolf's head, and pulled the trigger. The momentum pushed Jim backward, and he fell to the ground with the dead wolf on top of him. The pack was stunned. The weapon had killed an alpha wolf. They howled. Jim scrambled up and tossed Mia gently over his shoulder. He kept the pack at gunpoint as he withdrew toward the car. Let them leave, Han ordered. The wolves didn't give chase. Mia was quite dazed. She lay still on his shoulder. He placed her in the back seat. As he drove away, he saw the pack circling around Mulani's dead body on the ground. In a short while, they exited the werewolf territory and headed toward human civilization. Jim's phone flashed a message from Bertram. The message mentioned the poisoning incident in the supernatural jail and the plot to wipe out the werewolves. He pulled over to the side of the road and got out of the car. In the distance, he saw smoke rising into the sky from the site of the Great Hall. Judging by the size and intensity of the smoke plume, it looked like it might be a bushfire. By the time firefighters got to the site, there might be only ashes left. Jim got into the driver's seat and headed back to Gisborne. He felt a pain in his lower arm. When he checked, teeth marks stared at him from the inside of his left forearm. He had been bitten by a werewolf. Chapter 12. You turned 16 today, Bertram. It's hard to imagine I wrote the first page of this diary when you were 1 day old. It seems like yesterday. I am happy to have spent all these years with you and your mother. You grew up so fast. Your mother always said you were the spitting image of me, but I never told her about our little interaction with the angels. We have had a good life and a perfect family. I'd like to treasure that memory for as long as I can. I would like you and your mother to have the same good memories about our family, too. So, as long as I can manage, I'll keep the angels secret to myself. One day, you will have your own family, and you will want the best things for them. Because of your special make, you will change their lives. Whether you change their lives for the better or worse will depend on the decisions you make. You have shown an inclination to work in law enforcement. That direction is perfect for you, and I hope you stay true to your life choice. I hope I have a chance to meet the person you choose to share your life with and the children who will help build your legacy. Bertram! Huh? Don't miss the exit. I'd never do that, Jasmine. He smiled at Jasmine, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Since they hadn't been able to contact Mia and Jim, Bertram and Jasmine had no choice but to drive to Yarra National Park to look for them. It wasn't a long drive, but the fact that Bertram wasn't talking to her made the trip feel like an eternity. He was distracted by what his father had written in the diary. He didn't think much of it when he first read it. Marrying and sharing a life with a person would no doubt change that person's life. He'd thought at the time that what his father had said was just words, semantics. But after what Lucian had mentioned about Jasmine's recent change, if Bertram's interpretation was correct, his intimacy with Jasmine had modified her blood. He had somehow placed within her the supernatural element he didn't understand and couldn't control. What would happen in the future when they had children? Bertram. Yes, Jasmine. You've missed the exit. He winced. All right, I'm sorry. It was a small country road, so it was easy to make a U-turn as opposed to doing so in the middle of a highway. They then took the exit to a small dirt road. Jasmine, would our intimate relations change your blood or your energy? She smiled at him. Is that what you've spent the whole morning thinking about? No, I spent the morning thinking about how to save the werewolves. But I'm capable of thinking about a lot of important matters at the same time. If our relationship affects you in any way, then I'm concerned. She arched over and kissed him on the cheek. No, Bertram. There are many ways supernatural creatures can be created, but sex isn't one of them. But what about the result of that sex? Will our children be affected? That's not a change of make, Bertram. That's co-creation. And you're right. Our children won't be like other mundane humans. She smiled as if unconcerned, but Bertram could see the light on her face had faded. She obviously hadn't thought about matters involving children. A short distance. In front of them, a car was driving in their direction. That's Mia's car, Jasmine said. Yes, Jim is driving. Bertram rolled down his window and pointed to the side of the road. He pulled over, Jim approached and parked. He hopped out of the driver's seat as Bertram and Jasmine got out of their car. Mia was injured in a challenge with the pack leader. She's in her wolf form and a bit dazed. But she's okay now. Jasmine rushed toward Mia's car. I got your message just a moment ago, Bertram, said Jim. As soon as we left the werewolf site, it caught on fire. It wasn't us. We didn't start the fire. Bertram looked up and saw several human bushfire fighter jets heading toward the werewolf territory. Jasmine saw them too and returned to where Bertram and Jim were standing. Someone set the werewolf site ablaze, Jim told her. I'm not sure the wolves could have escaped the fire. Judging by the size of it, there will only be ashes left. Jasmine pulled out her phone to call the SLE. Jim lowered his voice. If the pack didn't remove the dead wolf bodies, you'll find 3. The 2 dead council members in the coffins and the pack leader outside. Mia killed the pack leader? Jim shook his head. I did. I shot him. He lifted his jacket slightly to show his gun. Since when did you decide to get tangled up in all this, Jim? Asked Bertram. Since I slept with the queen wolf. You think I'd let her get her throat ripped out by a wolf twice her size after the challenge had already been called a draw? Are there any witnesses to this, apart from Mia and the wolves that were there? No. And if the wolves weren't killed in the fire, they'll back my statement. Bertram looked to the sky to see more firefighter jets circling. Did the dead pack leader shift back to human form? Not before we drove off the site. All right. It seems that someone wants to kill all the werewolves. They wouldn't know about you and Mia interfering with the plan. Let's get out of here so we can figure this out. Jim nodded. Then his eyes rolled back and he slumped to his knees. Bertram grabbed him. His body was hot, like it was on fire. He tried to open his eyes and stand up. Bertram supported his large frame. Take it easy, Jim. Are you injured? Come on, let's get to my car. Jasmine rushed over as Bertram put Jim in the back seat. He was fading quickly. Jasmine opened his eyelids to take a look at his eyes. Were you bitten, Jim? She asked. He was too groggy to answer. She held his face in her hands. Jim, were you bitten by a werewolf? Yes. Jasmine looked at Bertram. Could you go get Mia and bring her to our car, please? I don't know why he deteriorated so quickly. He wasn't bitten by just any wolf. It was the pack leader. Bertram rushed to the other car to get Mia. He carried her over and put her in the back seat with Jim. Jim was out cold. Jasmine stood. She held her SLE badge in her hand. What did you do, Jasmine? Bertram kept his voice calm and neutral to prevent his temper from flaring. I had to apprehend him for both his and Mia's safety. We don't know what happened, but the pack leader is different from other wolves, and Jim isn't prepared for this. If the pack leader's energy takes control of him, I don't know what he'll do. Does it make a difference if the pack leader is dead or alive? It does. Why do you ask, Bertram? He shot that wolf dead. That's how he got bitten. Jasmine glanced back at Jim to be sure he remained safely restrained. Can we get back to Gisborne quickly, please? She asked as she hopped into the passenger seat. Bertram drove back to town as fast as he could. He didn't talk to Jasmine on the way back, but he didn't think she noticed. Her mind had already raced ahead with thousands of possibilities of what might happen and what they must do, so he let her plan the action without his interference. When it came to the supernaturals, he had a lot to learn from her. Chapter 13. Beatrice rushed around the room, checking all of the poisoning victims in the infirmary of the supernatural jail. Jasmine had authorized her access here, but Beatrice knew she needed information from outside this ward, the sort of intelligence that Bertram and Jasmine had access to. The poisoning that occurred in this jail was only a red herring for something bigger and more significant. She was sure of it. The poison used here hadn't been lethal. Unlike the poison at the wedding, this one had been administered in small doses in the water. It was so little, it was undetectable, even by the supernaturals. Another major difference Beatrice noticed was that this poison was plant-based and had no magic element to it. Lucian waited for her at the corner of the room. Aside from giving her moral support, he couldn't do anything to help. The real reason he was here because he was uncomfortable with the idea of her working as a human among the supernatural criminals. She reached the end of the row of newly admitted patients. There was no sign of Tan. Jasmine had assumed he would be among the patients in the infirmary. Beatrice wasn't authorized to talk to him inside the actual jail. She approached Lucian. "I'm done here. Let's go." He understood her meaning. They rushed out of the building. From across the road, the State Library looked like any other building. Unlike libraries in Melbourne City, which were tourist attractions and places to gather for all manner of things beyond the love of books, the State Library in this small town was barely used. Regardless of the buzzing supernatural activity inside, Beatrice was sure it was not guarded from the outside. Tan wasn't among the sick people today. Lucian frowned. That's good news, right? No, the poison was a red herring. Well, we can't call Jasmine or Bertram. They'll be at the Great Hall by now, and there's no phone reception there. I need to talk to Tan, but I don't have the authority to do that. We can't get in, but maybe we can get him out. Lucian, are you talking about breaking someone out of the supernatural jail? Just for a chat. If he's innocent, as he claims, he won't run. Right, but I don't know how to do that. I can't fight. And it'll be a joke trying to use my unnatural witch magic on these supernatural guards. Lucian nodded. I can't go in without being seen either. They can see me in both my wolf form and my human form. Wait. She looked into the distance where an old woman was walking her dog. Beatrice knew her credibility and reputation as the go-to person in Gisborne when it came to pets. Remember the dog form you used before when you needed to mix in with the human community? Yes, but if you want me to scare the prison guards, my werewolf form is much more impressive. I don't want you to scare anyone. I need you to shift into your dog form. What? Shift now? But I'll be naked in the middle of the day in public when I shift back. I need you to shift right now, Lucian. In the blink of an eye, he did as she asked. In his dog form, Lucian was a huge husky with striking blue eyes. The woman walking her dog approached, closing the distance. Hello, May. Out walking with Little Bean? Beatrice scratched behind the ears of the small dachshund that was eyeing Lucian with suspicion. Yes, she hasn't been feeling well the last couple of days. Now that she's up on her feet, I'm walking her around. What happened? I think she sneaked out and ate something naughty in the garden. Lucian made a sneezing sound. Beatrice knew he didn't like the way Little Bean was looking at him. What a beautiful husky. Is he new to Paws Academy? Chuckling on the inside, Beatrice pet Lucian's dog head. Yes, this is Luke. He looks big, but he's only a puppy. I just adopted him. He lost his mom. I'm trying to feed him and do all the things his mother would have done for him. But as you can see, he's growing fast, and I'm worried I might feed him something wrong. I don't know much about huskies. I thought you knew everything about dogs. She smiled. I wish, May. Things happened so quickly this morning I didn't even have enough time to get him a collar. May looked like she wanted to pat Lucian's head, but given the size of him, she hesitated. May, I just need to pop into the library to check out a book. He doesn't have a collar, so I can't take him in with me. Would you mind keeping an eye on him for 5 minutes? She asked. See? Little Bean likes Luke. I'm not sure about watching him. How about you give me the title of the book? I can check it out for you. Thank you so much, May. It's called How to Grow a Pet-Friendly Herb Garden by Louis Frank. Beatrice tapped lightly on Lucian's head to signal him. He made a faint, protesting growl in his throat. Then he approached, sniffed, and licked the face of Little Bean. If Little Bean could have purred like a cat, she would have done so. Jasmine pointed. "Oh, look at them." May smiled. "Okay, I'll let them be friends for a bit. I'll go get the book for you." "Thank you, May." May crossed the road and headed toward the library. As soon as the door closed behind her, Beatrice pulled a small notebook and pen from her purse. She wrote a spell on the paper and tucked it in Little Bean's collar. Then she cast a small spell on the dog so that she could get past security. Bring this note to Tan. She tapped lightly on Little Bean's back. Off you go. Little Bean wagged her tail, then scurried into the supernatural jail. In no time, the dog came trotting back. The note was no longer attached to her collar. Beatrice watched the side door of the library building and soon saw Tan's silhouette as he dashed out. He had used the spell she gave him to unlock the spell that kept him chained and make his cell guard fall asleep. Tan saw Beatrice and hurried across the road to hide behind a large tree. Lucian stood up on his hind legs and growled. "It's okay, Lucian. We've just helped him. He's coming to say thank you. Isn't that right, Tan? Why help me? I'm Beatrice, a friend of J.K. Ah, she's come to terms with the fact that I had nothing to do with the poison. Not really, said Beatrice. Did you know that a bunch of guards and inmates were poisoned this morning? No, I didn't. Well, it doesn't look good on you as you seem to be just fine and dandy. How could I poison them while I was locked up in jail? I don't know. But the information that the Supernatural Authority has at the moment suggests your business partner might be doing some monkey business with the herbal companies he owned. Rick, he can't tell the difference between a leaf and a stem. That's how it appears to you. But the police have a list of the herbal companies he owns. I put some combinations of the herbs together, and it created the toxin in the wine at your wedding. And the poison used today in the prison? Is it the same kind? No. There wasn't a toxin in the water today. It was just enough herbs to incapacitate the people in the jail for a few days. But you weren't affected, so now if you run away, it will look like you poisoned them to escape. So why let me out? Like Jasmine, I think your business associate has a problem. But I can't get to Jasmine right now. If what is happening in this jail now is a red herring pointing to something bigger, then you're the best person I know who can find your business partner and locate any other loose ends, so we can find some answers. The spell you used will leave a false image of you in that jail. For the next few days, they'll think you're still there. And I trust that after we sort this out, you'll go back in there so that Jasmine can get you out legitimately. You trust me to go back in? Not really, but it's the only option I have right now. I don't like that whoever is going around poisoning werewolves is still out there. Tan nodded. I'll see what I can do. He dashed away into a back alley. Across the road, May came out of the library smiling with the book in her hand. You really need to eat these herbs I'm going to grow, Lucian, Beatrice said to the husky while smiling at May. Chapter 14. Zapham increased the halo of angel light to ensure that other humans couldn't see her. She was here to speak to Logan, and he was the only human she allowed to get a glimpse of her angel appearance. She had appeared in her tangible human form before. That was how she'd met Logan in Croatia. But now, in this place the humans called a children's hospital, she didn't want to make an appearance. There was too much energy movement caused by new human children being born. She didn't want to get confused. She worked for the Angels of Creation department in the House of Gods. Getting angel creation mixed up with human creation was never a good idea. Congratulations, you must be happy, Logan. Logan was sitting on a bench in the corridor with a paper cup of black liquid in his hands. If she wasn't mistaken, humans called it coffee. She had tasted it before and didn't like its bitter flavor. Drinking that black liquid must be something humans did when they were happy, she thought. Logan looked up at her, but he didn't look happy. Thank you. He wasn't smiling. Is this how humans react to having a newly born baby? Zapham wondered and made a mental note. What's your son's name? Bertram. She looked outside to see what the other humans were doing. She snapped her fingers, and a bunch of flowers appeared in her hands. Here, this is to make you happy. Logan's eyes twinkled. Thank you. You didn't have to do this, Zapham. I am more than happy. I'm grateful for my son. But I don't feel any positive energy from you. Isn't that the same as being happy? He chuckled. Unfortunately, no. I'm just tired, and I have a pounding headache. So yes, I am happy, but no, I have no positive energy at the moment. There's something else. I have no idea about human emotion, but I can tell you're not happy. What have I done wrong, Logan? These flowers show my gratitude to you for saving my life. You wish to have a happy family with your wife. I've helped make that wish come true. So, what am I missing? Of course, I wanted to have a happy family with my wife. But not now. I'm a doctor. I could control the timing of a child until you interfered. You're annoyed. I made a mistake. I didn't ask you before I interfered. Don't worry, Zapham. I know you're learning and trying to understand humans more. I have a problem at hand to sort out, and it has nothing to do with you. Does it have to do with the timing of your son being born? He looked at her. She didn't know human emotions, but she could tell when they lied. And that was one thing she didn't think Logan was capable of. He said nothing. What is this problem that has to do with having your son now instead of at some other time, Logan? The timing is my doing, so it's my problem. I have a rare type of brain tumor, and I'm going through an experimental treatment. I haven't told my wife yet. I plan to tell her after I get the results. But I don't have those yet, and that's what I mean by timing. She frowned. Is it some kind of human sickness that would shorten your human lifespan? He paused for a second, then smiled at her. Sorry, I forgot. I shouldn't expect you to know this. Yes, the human lifespan is limited. Biologically, we grow older, and the body weakens and eventually ceases to function. And that's death. Correct. What I have is not a sickness, but rather an imperfect make of the body. The treatment is supposed to fix the imperfection. If it doesn't work, then yes, it will shorten my lifespan. By how much? He shrugged. I'll need surgery if I want a fighting chance. If that's not successful, then death will be immediate. If I don't go ahead with the surgery, it will kill me at some point, but I don't know when. He leaned back in his chair. Zapham, death is natural for humans. I don't resent the fact that my life might be shorter than others. You took what I wrote in my diary literally. A happy family means healthy children and healthy parents. If I leave my wife to raise a young child on her own, it will not be a happy life for her or for Bertram. Even in my grave, I won't be happy about it. I know you had good intentions, and my health problem isn't your fault, but I can't help but worry about it. If you do decide to have the surgery, when will it be? You don't need to know all this. Please, it was supposed to be last month. So the day your wife told you she was pregnant, it was like giving you bad news. And during the 9 months and 10 days of her pregnancy, you were living in hell, not knowing what to do or what would happen. 9 months and 10 days of torture. That is a large chunk of a human lifespan. Life isn't just a number, Zapham. It is for mortals. You're mortal. I should be considerate of that. That's why I could never become a proper angel in the house of gods. Michaela was right. She stood and paced the room. Logan, if I could change your number, would it fix the problem? I don't understand. All right, that's my business. I shouldn't expect you to understand. The short version is, all mortals have a number, and when it is up, death will find you. If I could change that number and make it come up later, would that fix your current problem? How would you do that? As I said, you don't have to worry about it. I don't know how to fix human body issues, and I can't cure sickness. But I can fix the number for a mortal. If I delay your number for later, would that fix your immediate problem? As long as it doesn't cost someone else their life or harm anyone, then yes. You're confirming that your wish is to live longer and be with your family? Logan eyed her with suspicion. As long as it doesn't harm a soul, then yes. The word soul might be a matter of semantics for you, but it's not for me, Logan. What if I say that changing your number will not affect any other human's number or cause any human any harm? Then can you confirm? If that is the case, then yes, I wish to live longer without that wish costing anyone anything. Can you tell me what you are going to do? She didn't answer. She smiled at him and then disappeared. Chapter 15. Zapham followed the black stone wall, hiding in the shadows as much as possible. This was the underworld, a place that managed death, lost souls, and criminals of all dark worlds. It wasn't surprising that it was dark, damp, and cold, and it wasn't hard to find a shadow to hide behind. But Zapham knew it was only a matter of time before her angel light exposed her. She made sure to keep it dim to the lowest level, and she dealt with the bitter cold the best she could. The underworld was not a place for angels. Ironically, she wasn't just an angel. She worked for a department in the House of Gods called the Angels of Creation. She created life, and the underworld created death. But she needed to be here to pay the debt she owed to Logan. The first successful creation of an angel child outside the magical plane as a result of her efforts had come to fruition last week, but she couldn't claim 100% of the credit. Logan and his wife had created the baby boy. He was their human son. Zapham had placed the angel elements in the child at the time of conception using the potion. Angels of creation had tried for thousands of years without success to create angel offspring outside the magical plane. Zapham's secrets for this first success were simple. The right potion was her foremost secret, and a willing human couple was second in line. Her superior knew of the human element. Zapham had a feeling that one day she would be killed for her top secret. The door in front of her slid open, and a marshal stepped out on a brake. She leaped up to the solid flat roof of the building and looked down the chimney. Inside were 5 other marshals. A couple of them played a game of chess. The other 3 played cards. The angels might work a lot harder than these marshals, but she never wished to work here. Around them were thousands of scrolls, God knows what kind of equipment, rusty steel chains and bolts and lots of jars, boxes, and buckets. She didn't see any sign of the marshal she was looking for. Maybe he wasn't on duty today, but she had made the trip here, and she didn't want to go home empty-handed. Plus, her plan would only work if Logan had not been taken. She didn't have any other option but to go in. As soon as the marshal came back in from outside, she charged inside. She spread her wings, and a range of weaponry feathers flew at the marshals, paralyzing them instantly. They dropped to the floor like felled trees. The youngest marshal spoke up. "Angel, what have we done to deserve a visit?" "I'm looking for the record book of a human." "You're wasting your time. Records are not kept here. We don't handle the books." "Apart from the jail, this is the only thing that resembles a venue in the underworld, and you say the records aren't kept here?" "We carry out orders. We go to the destination, fetch the souls to destroy, and put them in the jail or on a transfer port. We keep records of the jobs we've done. If you want to save a creature, you'll have to look for the record of jobs to be executed." "Alriha, where can I find that record?" "Don't know. Never been told. You are the outsider, Angel, and you won't be able to see the locations of the records or the central venue. Insiders like us with irrelevant jobs can't see those locations either. So even if you kill us or hold us for ransom, we won't be able to show you anything." She put down her wings. "All right, thank you. You'll be able to move in an hour." She flew out of the building and raced back to the House of Gods. A short moment later, she hid within Mikkel's garden. Mikkel was her superior, a properly ranked angel of creation. She had never had a success in creation, and neither did she do much field work on Earth or any other planes. However, she was an excellent political player inside and outside the House of Gods. It had given her a rich network of support she could rely on, and a lot of leeway to do what she wanted. The last time Zapham was here, she ran into Had, a marshal of the underworld who had dealings in the cross-world area. Poor Habits died hard, and she guessed he had returned to Mikkel. Just as she expected, Had exited Mikkel's bedroom. She followed him to the underworld. It surprised her to see his residence disguised as a humble cave. Or maybe this was only how an outsider was supposed to see it. As soon as he opened the door, Zapham attacked him. Fighting here was a risky decision. This was his territory, but she had dealt with several hideous creatures on Earth and in the Crossworld, and her experience always trumped her disadvantage. She hit Had from behind. He fell forward. His body skidded across the floor. Before he could scramble up, she had jabbed the most toxic feather she could produce into his jugular. "Listen to me. Do what I say, and you'll have the antidote, Had." "Who are you?" "You don't need to know who I am. I need you to trace the record of a human and see when he is on the list to be taken." "I don't have access to that kind of information." "Well, I have access to a piece of information that should concern you. A marshal of your caliber shouldn't deal with the Crossworld and should never interact with the angels in the House of Gods. You have violated these rules, and you know very well that the consequence of that is being reported to the Interworld Authority. I know you're an angel, yet not only have you made contact with me, but you attacked me for no reason. Aren't you violating the rules?" I'm a field agent. It's in my job description to interact with all kinds of creatures in all worlds. I know you're involved with Mikkel. She may be powerful and have all the protection she needs, but you don't have such protection. I might not have protection, but if Mikkel isn't being punished, I can't see how any punishment is going to carried out on me. I can't force her to have a relationship with me. Zapham chuckled. I'm not stupid, Had. I won't report you and Mikkel, but I will report your violation of the little fairy, Bree. Who? Anger invaded her mind. Now she suddenly understood this strong force of negative emotion that humans experienced on occasion. But she had to do better. She must not let the emotion get the better of her. I don't think you knew her name when you violated her, took away her innocence, and left her body lying mangled in the garden. She was young and helpless, and you didn't know she was a fairy and a member of the House of Gods. If she had sought justice, you would have been detained and sent to the oblivion. I didn't do that. You don't have any proof. I wouldn't be standing here talking to you if I didn't have proof. Bree was my friend. She admired my work, and I brought presents to her whenever I came back from a mission. I think you know what a recording is. I gave her a device that she had on her when you took her innocence away. He chuckled. And you didn't think of using it to report me? I would have if it had been up to me. But Bree wanted to contribute to life creation. She used her last breath to ask me to let her help create an angel child. But for her to do that, she couldn't report that her soul and body had been violated. So why are you using this against me now? Because the life of the individual Bree helped is being threatened, and that would mean Bree's sacrifice was wasted. The child has already been born, so there's nothing anyone can do about it now. But if you don't help me with this inquiry, I will make sure the authorities know what you did to Bree. And if I help you now, what will stop you from coming back to me for more in the future? You have my word. That's all I can give you, and that's all you'll get. He contemplated. That little dragonfly creature was a fairy? Yes, and her name was Bree. He looked at her, and for the first time, Zapham saw regret. It was intense, and she almost felt sorry for him. He nodded. All right, tell me the name. He took off all guarding spells and gestured her to the room next door. What she saw there made perfect sense. Technology. The equipment here was of a massive scale and could easily store information about all creatures in all worlds. Logan Hayes, human, male, currently living in England, Earth. He pulled up the data and pointed to the screen. Yes, his number is up. When? Tomorrow, his time, whatever that is on Earth. In fact, the actual timing will be solidified when I press the execute button. The list will be printed to the field marshal so they can collect the souls in the designated universe. He leaned back in his chair and looked at Zapham. You didn't want me to just look up the information, did you? No, I want to prolong his human life. What can you do to help me? What do I get in return? What do you want? He smiled. Can I have the antidote now? Here. She handed it to him. What do you want, Had? I don't have all day. Logan's life is shortening by the minute. I don't want anything now. I want a favor in the future. When I need it, I'll call you. And you can't say no to me. Of course, I won't ask for anything you can't do because that would be pointless. Agreed. All right, I can swap Logan's life with that of another human. That's it. Just swap a name. I'll take someone who has 99 years left in their lifespan. Is that enough? I promise Logan that whatever the deal he will get, it won't cost another human's life. He's a doctor, and he won't be able to live with that. Well, this is the only solution I have. It's up to you now to convince him. It's either Logan or another person who will get to live to 99 years of age. Chapter 16. Bang. An explosion came from the broken wall upstairs. Mia hit the landing, rolled over to the edge, and was about to slide down the stairs. Jasmine and Bertram dove toward her and grabbed her legs before she tumbled down. When the motion stopped, Bertram moved down a few steps and helped Mia up. Did you break any bones? Jasmine asked. Mia winced. No, that's one perk of having your werewolf gene triggered. Bertram looked through the broken wall and saw Jim still lying on the bed. He turned around to look at Mia. Jasmine approached her friend. What happened in there, Mia? I tried to wake him. It seemed like something inside him blasted at me. Is this normal for a transition when a human is bitten by a werewolf? Bertram asked. No, not at all. Mia shook her head. I think he's resisting it. Should I bring him to the library? By library, she meant the supernatural jail where they had better equipment and protection. Mia shook her head. There's no point. He's not being attacked, and he's not attacking anyone. His subconscious is rejecting the were energy for some reason. I don't think an external force will help. What's the consequence of rejecting the energy? Bertram asked. Mia sighed. You know that better than anyone else, Bertram. Bertram paced the room. You heard what the angel Michele said, Mia. Once the source of energy has been deposited into a creature, there's no way to take it out. For me, it wasn't a matter to rejecting it, but managing it. Jasmine touched Bertram's arm lightly. We'll sort this out, Bertram. We just need to communicate with him. Jim is a very reasonable person. If he understands the situation, I think he'll do what he has to do. But how can we... Bertram pointed at Jim, and his voice trailed off as Jim's eyes snapped open. Bertram gestured for Jasmine and Mia to stand back as he walked toward the room and entered through the hole in the wall. Please stay here, he told them. Bertram was too accustomed to his human police operation procedures, Jasmine thought. She patted her dragon blade to be sure it was still in place. She had no intention of using it on Jim, but she made no promise she wouldn't harm any creature that was controlling him, if indeed that was the case. Jasmine didn't think Jim's subconscious had rejected the supernatural energy. The decision to accept or reject something had to be the decision of a being. It wasn't possible for someone's subconscious to make a decision that drove an action, let alone throw Mia from the inside to the outside of a room. It couldn't be Jim. He wouldn't hurt Mia. And if Jim didn't mean to reject the supernatural energy and do what he had done to Mia, then something else was controlling him. She gestured for Mia to stay in the corridor, then followed Bertram into the room. How are you feeling, Jim? Bertram asked while standing at the end of the bed. Jasmine could see he had taken a position with the most room for movement. Bertram was perhaps on the same page as she was and suspected Jim was being controlled. Jim sat up. Even the way he did that made Jasmine's skin crawl. He stared blankly at Bertram. Do you know who I am, Jim? Jim blinked. Then he frowned. Bertram? Bertram exhaled a sigh of relief. Correct. Bertram grinned and looked at Jasmine. He recognizes me. Jim's in there. Jasmine smiled, bracing her hand on her hip and feeling to see if her badge was where it should be. She had a feeling she might need to use it soon. Jim and Bertram were like brothers, and their relationship was clouding Bertram's judgment at the moment. He was letting his guard down too soon. She stepped forward. Jim looked at her, but he registered nothing. He didn't recognize her. Bertram noted that. Do you know who this is, Jim? Jim shook his head. This is Jasmine. Jasmine, he repeated with a slight nod. Jasmine could hear Mia approaching. She stood outside the room next to the hole in the wall. You were with Mia when you were attacked. Do you remember that, Jim? Jim turned his head slowly toward Mia. Jasmine pulled out her badge as Jim roared, Wolf! And leaped at Mia. Mia stopped short at the hole and Jasmine grabbed Jim from behind. Mia, run, she shouted. Mia stood still with tears in her eyes. You don't recognize me? Bertram wanted to tackle Jim, but the bed was in the way. Jim shrugged out of Jasmine's hold and headed toward Mia. Mia's mastery of Aikido took over. She sidestepped, used Jim's own momentum, and flipped him over. He fell hard onto the floor, but scrambled quickly to his feet. Wolves must die, he growled. His eyes were red and bloodshot. Jasmine didn't think he recognized anyone now. As Jim charged again, she pulled Mia behind her, took out her badge, and shot a stream of energy from the badge at Jim's forehead. It was like a strong taser, and it should derail all supernatural creatures. It had knocked him out before, but not this time. It didn't stop him. He charged at Mia. There wasn't a lot of room on the top floor of Mia's home. It didn't take many steps for Jim to reach them. Bertram shoved Jasmine and Mia toward the back of the room and pulled his gun. He pointed it at Jim. Jim stopped for a second, then continued toward them. Bertram fired into his shoulder. The impact pushed Jim back several steps. He hit the stair railing, and it broke under his weight. As Jim fell, he pivoted and grabbed a spindle. He swung it at Bertram's handgun, causing Bertram to lose his grip on the gun. It tumbled down the stairs. Jim followed with a hard kick at Bertram's abdomen that sent him stumbling backward. As Jim lunged forward once more, Jasmine brandished the dragon blade at him. He stopped and stared at the weapon. "You recognize this blade, don't you, Jim?" "Dragon blade," he muttered. "That's right. This is the legendary dragon blade. It will kill any creature in any world. You're from the supernatural law enforcement." "That's right. I need you to back right down, Jim. There is a wolf in me. It's violating my soul. Kill me," he screamed, and then flung himself the sharp end of her blade. Jasmine didn't think she would be able to withdraw it fast enough. From behind her, Bertram ran at Jim, pushing him backward, and they both fell down the stairs. Bertram got up quickly and jabbed a punch at Jim's temple, knocking him out cold. "Why did your fist work, but my badge didn't?" Jasmine asked from the top of the stairs. Bertram looked up at her from the first floor. She had never seen him so devastated. "That's because Jim's human." Bertram patched up Jim's wound and then tied him up securely in the upstairs room. For the whole 10 minutes he worked at it, he didn't say a word. "What's going on, Bertram? Please tell me." "It's in my father's diary, Jasmine," he muttered. And then he walked out of the room. Jasmine had read the diary. Which part was it where Jim was mentioned? Chapter 17. Logan's diary excerpt. "Bertram, you are 9 at the time of this writing, and we are in the middle of our family vacation in the city of York, England. Today was a dramatic day for our family. Your mother found you missing from your bed early in the morning and alerted me. We searched throughout the city. When we found you shivering in a small alley in the shambles with an apple pie in your hand, it had 2 significant implications for me. First, I will stop influencing your thought processes. You must stop thinking I'm a hero because I am not. You are too young to follow in my footsteps, and I am unsure you will ever be equipped to do what I do. I want you to have a normal life, or at least a normal childhood like any other 9-year-old child. Second, I took Jim into our care. Your mother agreed. When we found him with you in that alley, I knew he would be your brother, your friend for life. I knew your destinies were bound to each other. And for reasons unknown to me, I have a feeling that I am responsible for the fact that he was there and had lost all memories about his family or who he was." Jasmine found Bertram in the courtyard. She had given him more than sufficient time to wallow. By sufficient, she meant 10 minutes, and she thought even that might have been 10 minutes too many. They shared a life. They were married. So he should spend no time by himself going through anything that affected him, her, and their mutual friends. He turned and looked at her. Judging by the look on his face, he might need a little bit more than 10 minutes. But someone, or something out there, was killing werewolves for sport, and his best friend was possessed by something that wanted werewolves dead. Werewolves had died from poisoning at a wedding. A werewolf ritual site had been set on fire. A werewolf alpha had been killed. A bunch of jailed supernaturals had been poisoned. And Beatrice had just texted her saying that she had helped Tan, a mixed-blood werewolf suspect, escape from jail. Time wasn't on their side at the moment. Jasmine had to keep pushing forward. "Are you thinking about what happened in York?" Bertram nodded. "After that day, my father stopped telling me bedtime stories. No more tales of legends and heroes. No more life lessons, right versus wrong, good versus evil." He pulled her into his arms and kissed her forehead. "I know I don't have time to wallow, Jasmine. But the night in York is somehow a key to Jim's situation. It might help explain what's happening with the werewolf killing frenzy. The dream I saw when I connected with you in the hospital wasn't exactly a dream, was it? We know for sure now that it wasn't a dream. For my whole life, I've been subconsciously trying to work out what actually happened in that dream that I've seen over and over. But the dream always stopped at the same point. Every single time. Jasmine tightened their embrace. She drew in his masculine scent and wished the moment could last forever. She had a churning feeling in her stomach that whatever they decided to do might tear them apart. You met a teenage girl in the shambles. She worked at a bakery and was murdered in the 1500s. She told you about a future vampire invasion in your time and said that you could help to stop it. When she shows you the vision of the future Black Death, the dream stops. What do you think that has to do with Jim? I don't think our conversation in the dream just stops. I think someone pulls me out of my subconscious dialogue with the spirit, maybe my father. And given that he wrote in his diary that he might be responsible for Jim being found with me the morning after that incident, I think Jim also has something to do with why I'm always pushed off at that point. But Bertram, if a spirit in the 1500s reaches out to you in your subconscious, you can't have any physical exchange with that spirit. Not only is it extremely complicated, but it's also dangerous, because you might get lost in the transition process and never return here. Even if your father somehow managed to be there at that time, he can't interact with a spirit, let alone stop your communication with her. But we're interacting with the angels right now. Why would it be different with this spirit? Time difference, Bertram. Time traveling is something it's not wise to mess around with. Because if we have the ability to travel freely to the past and the future, that would mean we can create and change fate as we so choose. That's wrong. What about asking my father? You said there are legit ways to connect me to him, rather than using grace as a conduit. That's beyond my level. I'd need to get Caleb involved. We don't have time for that, plus he told us he wouldn't get involved with local cases. If this is an attack on the entire werewolf community on Earth, that's not local, is it? Jasmine shook her head. But it would take time to convince him. We haven't been able to prove all of these cases are connected. Bertram raked his hands through his hair. There must be a way to reach out to the spirit to see beyond the point in my dream where I'm cut off. We can't just ask Jim, he said, and trailed off. Whatever is possessing him is from the past, from the same time as that spirit. How do you know that? It didn't recognize current contacts like you or Mia. It recognized me because it had met me before. It must have been during the conversation with the spirit in the 1500s. Think about it. It has no idea what a gun would do to it. It didn't even register a gun as a weapon. But it recognized the damage a sharp blade could do. This creature must be ancient, Jasmine. Bertram paced the courtyard. Jasmine nodded. All right. Assuming it's an ancient creature from the 1500s and somehow it traveled here and took possession of Jim, maybe you should just try to talk to it right here and now instead of reaching out to the spirit. Does that mean we have to wake Jim? I guess so. But if we wake the real Jim, he won't know anything and we might scare that creature away. Jasmine nodded. True. And we don't know for sure if it can jump into another person. There must be a way to reach out to the creature. I don't think you need to ask Caleb. You know how, but you won't tell me. Bertram, you know you don't have a poker face, Jasmine. She sighed. Okay, I'll admit it, there is a way. But it's dangerous, and the interaction will be very short, so I'm not sure it's worth the risk. I'll do it. I'll do whatever it takes. I trust you. No, it's not safe to send you there alone. I'll only do it if I can go with you. But we need someone to watch out for our bodies here. If anything happens, we'll be defenseless. I'll do it. I'll guard you both when you're gone, Mia said at the door. Chapter 18. Logan put baby Bertram back on the cot after kissing his tiny forehead. He inhaled the scent of his baby powder as deeply as he could and tried to register the moment in his mind, store the image of his son in his memory. Does this matter, really? He shook his head and turned away from the cot. If he died, he didn't know where his mind would go. His consciousness and the memories he had of these precious moments wouldn't matter anymore. He started when Zapham appeared. "Zapham, if you keep appearing behind me like this, I won't die of a brain tumor but a heart attack." "Is that another human disease?" "It's just a saying, but next time when you make an appearance to me or any human being, do it in front of them and do it slowly." She smiled. "Got it." She cast a glance at the cot. "I can see that the baby is strong." "Yes, he's strong and healthy, and most importantly, he's normal." She grinned. "Are you sure he's not growing wings?" "That's not even remotely funny, Zapham. I'm trying to learn humor, Logan. It seems to create positive emotions in humans." "Well, you've got a long way to go. What can I do for you?" "I've got a proposal for you." She cleared her throat. "I can guarantee your human life for 99 years. That way, you will have a long enough human lifespan to spend a sufficient amount of time with your son." "At what cost?" "It's a swap with another human life. I can swap your name and number with that of another being." "If I don't agree to the swap, when will my number come up?" "I'm not going to tell you that. The fact that I'm telling you about this offer at all is violating so many rules that I live by. If I continue to do things like this, my position will be eliminated, and I won't be able to help you or anybody else in the human world. I'll be banned from field duties." Logan shook his head. "I told you I will not prolong my life at the cost of another person's." She nodded. "I thought you would say no to the offer, but I felt obliged to present the original deal to you. I do, however, have an alternative offer that might be more attractive to you." He arched an eyebrow and waited for her to continue. "I can arrange an open-ended offer. The Underworld Department in charge of the lifespan numbers of all beings predicts that they will be inundated with work from unnatural human deaths. They will be short-handed and won't have enough marshals to collect and transfer the souls, and thus they will have to leave a lot of lost souls to linger. I don't know how things work in your world, but I assume my offer has something to do with the unnatural death toll?" She nodded and smiled. "Yes, they are more than happy to change the number of your natural lifespan for as long as you earn it. That means you will work for your prolonged life, and it won't cost anyone else their life." He smiled. "What exactly does this require of me?" She grinned brightly. "I knew you'd like it. So each creature, each human, has a natural number, and when it's up, the underworld marshals receive a list and they collect the souls. But when a human life is terminated by anything other than a natural cause, that soul will not be on the list and will be forced to linger, waiting until a marshal comes to collect it. There are dark forces that come from the crossworld or some other hellhole I don't even know about. They hang around, waiting for those lingering souls, and snatch them up before they can be collected by the legitimate marshals." Logan nodded. "So my job will be to help reduce the number of unnatural deaths." "Exactly. This is right up your road, isn't it?" "Yes, it's right up my alley," he corrected and smiled at her. "What's the difference?" she asked, and then said, "Never mind. Alley, it is. Leave the mechanics of how things work to me. If you agree to do this, all you need to know is that when you are sleeping, I'll take you to a place where you can save those who would otherwise be dead before their time. The price is 1 soul per year. If you save one person, you get 1 more year. And the next day you won't remember anything you did the night before. I assume this only works if you know who has been killed, and then you take me to the time before it happened so that I can prevent it. Because otherwise it would be like raising the dead, and I don't believe that fits your job description." She laughed. "You are too smart for your own good, Logan. Yes, it involves a bit of manipulation on my part to get information on the unnatural deaths, and then smuggle you to a point in the past so you can change the outcome for those individuals. Because this is not exactly a mainstream method that angels would know about, I'll have to keep a really low profile. Therefore, I won't let you save a large number in a single location at one time, if that makes any sense." He chuckled. "When can I start?" "One more thing, though. Naturally. The dark force that kills innocents takes many forms. It is wicked and evil. So sometimes, to save those people, you might have to do things that don't directly relate to your professional skills." "You mean I might have to fight or kill them?" "I'll leave that for you to interpret. The environment we will be going into is always in a state of flux. The lines between right and wrong might be blurred. The only thing that remains unchanged is that individuals are being taken before their time for reasons that are not of their doing. That is your anchoring point. It's important because when things gets confusing and you need to make a difficult decision, you must let that guide you." He contemplated, then nodded. "I can live with that. One last thing." He laughed. "Go on. I didn't say this option is without danger." He approached and looked into her beautiful, light gray angel eyes. "If I can kill an evil being to save an innocent, then it's possible that the evil being can kill me. It's a fair fight, isn't it?" She nodded. "If you lose your fight during the night, you will never wake up in the morning." "So it will appear to my family that I died in my sleep for unknown reasons?" "Yes." Logan looked at his son, sleeping on the cot. Then his gaze returned to Zapham. "I accept the terms and conditions of your offer." Chapter 19. Beatrice checked her backpack and latched the buckle that tied the flap down. She had her entire toolkit and witch arsenal in there, prepared for a sorcery war. Lucian watched the way she adjusted the bag on her shoulders. She smiled at him. "It's not as heavy as it looks." She looked at the sign announcing the entrance to Belfield Lake and admired the lake in front of her. "It's beautiful out here," Lucian said, looking at the dark blue surface of the water, rippling with tiny waves caused by the wind. "Tan can't be serious about this. This is a reservoir. What would possess his business partner to do any kind of supernatural practice here?" Beatrice said, glancing at her phone when it buzzed. "A message from Mia. Jasmine and Bertram are going to be incommunicado for a little bit, and I have to stay here with them. We'll get back to you as soon as I can. Jasmine said the Grampians is a plausible site for supernatural activities. Human tribes occupied those ranges more than 10,000 years ago, so the supernaturals would have been there a lot longer than that. The supernatural energy concentration along Hall's Gap, the Grampians, and the adjacent areas is very high. As for Belfield Lake, she said to look out for where the water falls." Beatrice sighed. "All right, those two always know what they're doing. Look out for waterfalls," she said. "How long do you think this damn wall runs?" Lucian turned and looked at her, and then looked at the damn wall that connected to the water-fill gate at the other end. 3-minute run? Beatrice rolled her eyes. "Your run, not mine." She approached embankment to walk to the other end. The bitter winter wind wasn't merciful to her fragile skin, and it tangled her hair. She looked down over the cement rail on the left-hand side. It was about 3 stories from the top to the bottom of the wall. On the left of the wall was a camping site. On the right of the wall was a gigantic man-made lake with enough water to fill several football stadiums. Beatrice was dressed in her jogging outfit, but even if she sprinted, it would still be 10 minutes before she got to the fill gate at the other end of the embankment. The heavy backpack wouldn't help her progress any. She wouldn't be able to compete with Lucian's 6'4" body and his werewolf speed. Lucian ran 5 steps and then stopped. He returned, pulled her into his arms, and held her as she shivered and her teeth chattered. Werewolves are warm, she thought, and nuzzled into his arms for a bit. "Can I carry your bag?" he asked. "That's okay, Lucian. I don't want any spell balls to fall on you or potions to spill on you." "How about piggyback?" "You're not serious," she said and kept walking. Lucian shrugged. "Guess that's a no." At the other end of the embankment, Tan appeared as a tiny figure, waving at Beatrice and Lucian to hurry them along. They set off at a pace that was a compromise between her speed and Lucian's and arrived at the other end in about 7 minutes. The very moment they got there, she understood why Rick, Tan's business partner, had chosen this site. The fill gate was part of a massive quarry. Rocks had been mined to build the wall, and the cavities left in the hillside were perfect for use as an imposing fort. "It's not here. It's over there." Tan pointed to the hillside opposite where they stood, above the quarry. Between where they stood and the other side was the water spill gate for when the dam was at full capacity. At the moment, however, the chasm looked like the Grand Canyon. Beatrice took out her monocular. "You don't need that, Beatrice. Look at the top of the rocks." Tan pointed. Beatrice and Lucienne looked up. "It's a mountain full of rocks, Tan," Beatrice said. "Those with the goats on them." "Those are mountain goats," Lucian said, "and they're not supernatural, although they look like they might be, especially the one with the white body and black head." "I feel it, Tan." Beatrice squinted at the rocks jutting up into the sky. "I feel a strong vibe of sorcery." Tan nodded. "My network suggests that Rick stocks a lot of herbal supplies in there. Based on what you said, they could be used to compound a toxin. And if you add supernatural elements to the toxin, it will kill, depending on the target." Lucian nodded. "So, he runs a toxin factory in there, and he dispatched toxin to different locations to kill groups of werewolves." Tan pointed to the top of the tallest piece of rock. "Yep, I am sure the factory is behind those rocks. The thing is, I'm sure Rick isn't supernatural. There is no way he can get in and out of his factory the way we do." "We?" Beatrice raised an eyebrow. "By we, he means himself and me," Lucian said. Tan nodded. "Lucian and I will go in to see what we can do. There's nothing on this side. Rick can only access his factory by a chopper, so we'll keep an eye out for that too." Beatrice smiled, looking at the thin stretch of rock connecting the side where they stood to the other side of the quarry. "You'll have to shift to get to the other side. When you're heading back, I'll have to find a way to distract any human eyes that are nearby, because you'll both be naked as babies in the middle of a major tourist attraction site." Tan grinned. "What if she's attacked here while we're gone?" Lucian shook his head. "I'd better stay here with her." "I'm not going in there by myself. What do you think they could possibly do to her here anyway?" "All they can do is mingle with the tourists," Tan said with a laugh. They saw a stream of smoke snaking into the sky from the top of the tallest rock. "Look at the smoke," said Tan. "You bastard. You make poison in there, but you're not going to smuggle it out of that factory." He shifted into a gigantic black wolf, leaped over the fence, and ran across the thin stretch of rock toward the quarry wall. "Look, Lucian." When Lucian turned around, she cast a combination, protective and disguising spell on him. "Go help him, Lucian. Now you look just like an ordinary mountain goat." Lucienne nodded. She knew he couldn't resist the excitement of the hunt. He shifted and followed Tan. Beatrice cast a protective spell on herself so that the supernaturals would see her as a rabbit. She was pleased with the result. "Hello there." Beatrice turned around. A man in his 30s smiled at her. Beatrice's spell didn't disguise her from human eyes, so they'd see her exactly as she was. "Hi." The man pointed at the embankment, where Beatrice saw a woman and 2 kids. "I want to bring my wife and kids up here, but it's a bit of a climb. Is there anything worth seeing?" She shrugged. "I'm just sitting here for a bit to rest. There's really nothing to see, and it's not designed for children." "Oh, okay." He looked back at his family, who were only halfway through the walk up the embankment. Then he looked again at Beatrice. "Well, I might as well take a look at the spill gate for the heck of it while I'm up here." He climbed up to the flat bit of rock where she stood. She inched a bit closer to the edge to give him some room. He looked down at the man-made canyon. "Wow, not too bad a view, is it?" "It's okay." He grinned at her and reached his hand out for a handshake. "I'm Rick." Chapter 20. It worked, Jasmine thought when she felt the cold breeze of the ancient town against her skin. "Don't let go of my hand," she said to Bertram, who stood next to her. He squeezed her hand lightly to reassure her. This was a lot for him to take in. Being here meant a lot more to him than it did to her. Jasmine couldn't believe her luck. She knew of the spell that allowed communication with a spirit, but she had never used it before. When she connected with Bertram the last time he had this dream, she had seen that the spirit sparked a marker of some sort into Bertram's wrist. Jasmine cast the connecting spell while holding her hand on the marker, which she couldn't actually see now, but the spell worked. Remember, Bertram, we're here to observe, not to interact. I know, but will they see us? I'm not sure. In theory, they won't be able to. Here you go. In sleepy shambles, 9-year-old Bertram walked along the dark, quiet cobblestone road with an apple pie in his hand. He was cold and confused, but he wasn't afraid of the dark. Bertram didn't like the apple pie. He crossed the narrow alley flanked by small shops and small wooden cottages and approached a dark corner where he found a large bucket someone had put on the sidewalk. He was about to get rid of his apple pie when Xanthi, the teenage girl who claimed she worked at the bakery, approached young Bertram and struck up a conversation. Jasmine and adult Bertram stood behind himself as a child. Xanthi looked straight at Jasmine and grown-up Bertram, but didn't register their presence. Jasmine's theory seemed to hold true. They were here only as observers. Jasmine grabbed Bertram's hand and squeezed it to remind him not to interact. She knew they couldn't interact here, but it was important to hold on to each other. They were traveling under a spell at a subconscious level. The last thing she wanted was to get lost in the shambles of the Middle Ages. Xanthi opened her palm and was about to show Bertram the vision of the vampire invasion in the future. Jasmine knew this was when the dream usually stopped. Bertram tensed up. She could feel his stress. Before the vision could appear on Xanthi's palm, a small shadow ran out of the dark, charging straight at the girl and making her fall to the ground. Xanthi vanished in front of young Bertram. He was so shocked that he couldn't move or speak. The small shadow turned around. It was young Jim. He approached young Bertram. Don't be scared. She isn't real. She can't do anything to you. Are you lost? Young Bertram nodded. What's your name? Bertram. I'm Jimmy. Come with me. I'll take you home. My mom cooks the best soup in town. He looked at Bertram's hand. What are you doing with that pie? I don't know. I hate apple pies. I don't want it. Then get rid of it. Did you get it from the bakery up the road? I don't know. Xanthi said I shouldn't get rid of it. Didn't know the ghost had a name. What do you mean by that? Okay, lad, didn't you see her disappearing in front of you? She's a spirit. There's a rumor that a girl named Xanthi was killed in the bakery up the road. She hangs around here a lot, and she talks about vampires. Sound familiar? Yes, that's what she said. See, I told you. I don't believe in any of that. I think this is a trick of the witches, Bertram. Witches? The kind that fly around on broomsticks? I've never met them, but I don't think they fly. Never listen to them. They have tricks to lure children into the woods and then eat them. Bertram winced. Really? Yes, really. But don't mention what I said to anyone. Why not? I don't like the witches, but they have friends living in the village. Here's our humble hut. Jimmy gestured to a small cottage at the far end of the shambles. He pushed the door open, and Bertram followed. Jasmine and adult Bertram followed right behind them. It was warm and cozy inside. Fire danced in an open, wood-burning fireplace. A large pot of soup was prominently placed on a stone bench. The aroma told Jasmine it was potato and leek. Mother, this is my friend, Bertram. Good evening, ma'am. How do you do? I'm very well, Bertram. The lady with kind eyes smiled at him. Come, sit at this end of the table, close to the fire, both of you. I'll get you some soup. Bertram sat down. Jimmy pulled a couple of coins from his pocket and gave them to his mother. Oh, Jimmy, you're such a good boy. You've done very well today. She took a coin and gave it back to Jimmy. Keep this and put it in your secret jar. Yes, Mother. What do you do to earn money? Bertram asked. I draw portraits in the market. My talented boy. His mother kissed his forehead and smiled. The smile vanished from her face as the door swung open and 3 large men walked inside. One has lost an eye. Another has a large scar running across his face. The stench of booze and blood pervaded the entire room. "Mother!" They greeted the woman and then sat down at the other end of the table. One of them placed a black bag on the table. "Don't put that on the table," she said. "Who's this?" one of them asked, and another grabbed the bag and put it on the floor. "This is my friend, Bertram." "They're my brothers," Jimmy explained to Bertram. "They're hunters. That must be a poor animal they killed." Painting for pennies in the market isn't a real job. Hunting is a job for real men, and we aren't just any hunters. We hunt creatures. Those supernatural creeps shouldn't be allowed to live in our village. "Whatever," Jimmy said, and pulled the bowl of soup his mother had just given him closer to him. The brother who had just spoken to him backhanded the bowl of soup, sending it to the far wall. "Don't you dare take that attitude with us. We put real food on the table. As long as you live under our roof, you will do what we do." He opened the black bag and pulled out a werewolf's head. He dropped the head into the soup pot. Jimmy's mother tried to approach him, but one of the brothers pushed her to the wall. The brother with the wolf's head ladled another bowl of soup and slammed it down on the table in front of Jimmy. "You eat our food. You do what I tell you. Now eat your soup." Jimmy stared at him. "Eat the soup." Jimmy kept staring. He pushed Jimmy's head to the table. "Either you eat this or I pour it in your mouth." "Don't hurt him. He's your brother. Don't do that," the mother cried. The brother, who hadn't yet said anything, chuckled. "Mother is really mad at us. Let's send her back to the madhouse." No, please don't," Jimmy cried. "I'll eat the soup." He pulled the bowl toward him. "Before you eat, repeat after me. I hate werewolves." "I hate werewolves. All wolves must die. All wolves must die. Now eat your soup." Jimmy picked up the bowl. His hands shook. Tears streamed down his face. His mother wriggled, cried, and begged, but couldn't break free. Bertram threw his bowl of soup at Jimmy's hand, causing the 2 bowls of soup to drop to the floor. The 3 brothers turned and stared at him for a second. Then they started coming toward him. "That's very disrespectful, Bertram. Your parents should have taught you better." Bertram reached for the door bar. "Look at you! You're vicious for a little kid." 2 of the enormous men approached young Bertram. Jimmy charged and tackled one of them. One of his brothers picked Jimmy up. One slight twist of his hand would break Jimmy's neck. Jasmine held the adult Bertram back. His body was so tense she thought he might burst into flames or explode. They both knew they couldn't interfere. A single contact between Bertram and another version of himself could have drastic consequences. The door swung open. In the doorway stood Logan. His eyes darkened with rage. Before the brothers could react, he landed 2 kicks at them, sending them crashing into furniture and then to the floor. Logan picked up young Bertram. Before he left, he paused for a brief second and then picked up Jimmy with his other hand. He left the house like a gust of wind. Jasmine and Bertram ran outside the house but saw no sign of Logan. Xanthi suddenly appeared between them. The force coming from her body was so strong, it pushed Jasmine and Bertram apart. Jasmine gasped and sat up. She was on the sofa in Mia's living room. Bertram wasn't awake. She had lost contact with him. She lifted his hand, but it was lax. "Bertram, please answer. Please come back." She absently wiped the tears on her face. She knew it wouldn't work, but she hated her gut instinct at the moment and refused to listen to it. She tried the spell again. Nothing. "I have to try again, Mia." "Are you sure you'll end up in the same place?" "No, but I'm his only hope to get back here." She tried the spell one more time. Again, it didn't work. Chapter 21. Beatrice smiled at Rick and shook his hand. "I'm Beatrice." Despite her preconceived notions about Rick and the fact that he was building a supernatural factory to make toxins, the man standing next to her seemed harmless. She wished she had Jasmine's instincts or Mia's werewolf senses, but she didn't. She'd have to use whatever she had at her disposal to get out of this situation. She was standing close to the edge of the rock, and the two werewolves were on the other side of the man-made canyon. She flicked a spell to befriend Rick and prevent him from baring his fangs at her. The spell bounced. He wasn't a werewolf. He wasn't even supernatural. They were equal. That should be a good thing, but if she needed to fight him off, she preferred to be on solid ground rather than at the edge of a rock that jutted over a deep chasm. She cleared her throat. I'm local, just resting from my run. I guess it's time to get back to work. She tried to step around him to get down to the path, but the piece of rock they were standing on was quite small. Her bulky backpack didn't help matters any. Let me get down first, Rick said, and maneuvered backward. As he backed up, his foot slipped, and he lost his balance. If he fell on his back, his head would smash against the rock. A posted sign suggested that tourists stay inside the safety fence for this very reason. Beatrice dropped her backpack and reached for his hand. They both slid and dropped to the bottom of the rock, landing on a cement platform connected to the dam wall. Ouch! Beatrice cried out as her left ankle twisted. She hopped aside and leaned on the fence. I'm so sorry. Let me take a look. That's okay, Rick. I can manage. She looked up and saw her backpack dangling from the top of the rock. I'll go get that for you. Before she had a chance to respond, Rick had climbed back up to the rock. Beatrice heard loud growls and realized Tan and Lucien had returned. Lucien shifted back to his human form and looked down at her from the top of the rock. Are you okay, Beatrice? I'm fine. He jumped down to the cement platform and stood next to her, totally naked. She cast a quick spell so that humans would see him as her puppy. You're not fine, he said. You're injured. I can smell it. I just twisted my ankle. Is Tan up there with Rick? Yes, but Rick isn't supernatural. I don't know what Tan was going on about. What did you see over there? Is there a factory of some sort? Yes, a huge facility for chemical production, but it's not in operation. There was no one there, and I didn't see any finished products. Just some loose herbs. Did you get me a sample? I did. But then I heard you scream, so I rushed back. I must have dropped the leaves on the way. I can go back. I didn't scream. He grinned. I won't tell anyone. Why the heck did you build a factory up there, Rick? Tan's voice echoed down from the top of the rock. I have no idea what you mean. My contact told me you used my credentials to buy materials and then transferred them here. What materials? Transfer where? You lied to my face, Rick. I have no idea what you're talking about. How the heck did you run across those rocks? And why in heaven's name are you totally naked? Beatrice looked up. She flicked her fingers and cast a spell on Tan. Holy cow, said Rick. Lucien lowered his voice. What did you do? Well, Rick just saw Tan turn into a rabbit. But don't worry, he's not really a bunny. It's just a manipulated vision. Rick slid down from the top of the rock as fast as he could. I thought I just saw my business partner, Rick stuttered. I thought I was talking to him. Beatrice looked up the rock, then back at Rick. I heard you. You were talking. My partner was standing right up there with me, and then he turned into a rabbit. Really? Beatrice put on a pretend frown. Okay, this is too weird for my liking. I think I'd better get my wife and kids out of here. He waved goodbye and scurried toward his wife and two boys, who were about 10 at the end of the embankment. Bring me my backpack, will you please? Beatrice said to Tan. Yes, ma'am. Tan jumped down with the bag in his hand and gave it to Beatrice. What's the matter, Tan? Beatrice could see that his eyes were bloodshot, and he slowly turned toward Rick and his family. A low growl came from Lucien. He had shifted into a wolf. Tan followed suit, shifting into a large black wolf. Nancy! Rick's voice shook. The eyes of Rick's wife and his children turned amber. The voice coming out of the woman's mouth was not her own. All werewolves must die. Beatrice wasn't sure if Lucien and Tan could see what she was seeing. Hovering above Rick's wife and two children was an image of 3 ancient warriors in full armor. Beatrice didn't know what or who they were. Rick's human eyes didn't see anything but his wife and kids. "Nancy," he said, "you're freaking me out." "Come back here, Rick," Beatrice said, and took the disguise spell off Lucian and Tan. Rick gasped. "No way, Beatrice. Those gigantic dogs look dangerous." "The dogs will protect us, Rick. Come here," she shouted, but it was too late. Nancy approached him from behind and grabbed his neck. Lucian and Tan leaned back on their haunches. "Don't charge, you two. Don't charge. You hear me?" Beatrice pulled the spell balls out of her bag. Nancy's grip on Rick's neck was firm, but with only human hands, no matter how much the shadow of the warrior above her tried to control her, she couldn't do much damage. It's not complete possession. It can control their minds, but it can't transfer its strength. "What are you?" Beatrice asked, approaching slowly, partly because she was limping on her injured ankle. Lucian growled in protest and then marched up to stand right next to her. "What are you? What do you want?" she asked as she held the balls in her hands. Rick tried but couldn't break free of Nancy's hold. He couldn't see what was behind him, or more accurately, what was above him. The two warriors above the children seemed extremely agitated. They couldn't get the children to do their bidding, and the children seemed to be shaking off their possession. One of the warriors leaped out of the floating image and right into Rick. Nancy released Rick. He smirked at Beatrice. Tan started to charge at him until Beatrice shouted, "No, Tan, you'll only kill Rick's body." He skidded to a halt. Rick, Nancy, and one of the children turned and ran back to the middle of the dam wall. The child who had just been released burst out crying. "What are they doing?" Beatrice asked, but she didn't expect an answer from Tan and Lucian because they were still in their wolf form. Rick approached the cement rail and lifted a brick from it. He pulled out what looked like a detonator of some kind. Beatrice recalled Lucian saying there was no finished product in the factory. It dawned on her that they didn't make only toxins here, but also explosive toxic weapons. But why here? Realizing that if they attacked Rick's family, the warrior spirits would simply leap elsewhere, Tan and Lucian shifted back to human form. "There's a new werewolf village down below the campsite," Tan said. "They want to flood the village and drown everyone," said Lucian. "Not on my watch." Beatrice limped over and raised her hands in which she held the spell bombs. She threw the balls at Rick and his family. The balls created a couple of small explosions in the air. They stopped Rick for a moment, but when the smoke cleared, he and Nancy looked at Beatrice. They were unharmed. "Your spells only work on the supernaturals, Beatrice," Lucian said. "Yep," Beatrice muttered. "They may be possessed, but they're still human." The warriors looked amused. They didn't have a physical form here, so Beatrice's spells had no effect whatsoever on them. "We're in deep trouble, Lucian." Chapter 22. Trouble. Bertram regained his footing after being pushed back several feet by Xanthi. He watched as Jasmine disappeared like a puff of smoke. Jasmine had said they traveled under a spell in their subconscious, which meant they couldn't interact with anything here. Then how did Xanthi physically push them back? And where did Jasmine go? "What did you do to her?" Bertram asked the spirit, not really expecting a response. He had thought Xanthi couldn't see him and Jasmine, but she was looking right at him now. "She's back where you both came from." "And what does that mean?" "You traveled here in your subconscious from your time in the future. She's gone back to that point." "How can I be sure of that?" Xanthi smiled. "You'll just have to take my word for it." "I don't know you. I can't take your word for anything." Xanthi nodded. "That is fair." She raised her right hand, palm up to waist level. A screen appeared, hovering over her palm. Bertram saw Mia's living room on the screen. He was lying on the sofa. Jasmine and Mia were panicking because they couldn't wake him. The screen closed and vanished. "That's all the data I have to show you. Is it sufficient?" Bertram frowned. Data? Since when does a spirit from the 1500s use the word data and open a holographic screen? "That'll do for now," he said. "Why did you separate us?" "I was ordered to speak to you. If I hadn't separated you from Jasmine, she would have taken you back with her. She didn't plan to interact with anyone or anything here, and she wouldn't have let you done so either. Who ordered you to speak to me? And about what? I am waiting for more information about the tasks, but what I can tell you now is that with my assistance, you can interact with this environment and complete the tasks you are here to do. You speak like a computer. Who are you? I'm not a computer. I'm a robotic agent, ID ST500. My natural human speech program is at 99% accuracy. I'm guessing you weren't invented during this era. Affirmative. I am not Earth technology, and I do not use Earth-based measurements of time and space. Is there any way you can contact Jasmine and let her know I'm fine so she doesn't freak out thinking she lost me in the 1500s? I cannot initiate that task. Can you tell whoever is controlling you to do it? Can you give them a message? I cannot initiate a message that doesn't have to do with a task. What can you do? I can perform several tasks on command. Okay, then I command you to contact Jasmine and let her know I'm okay. I am a surveillance robot. I am surveying this time and space at the moment. The program does not allow me to reach the point of time where Jasmine is now. Bertram raked his hands through his hair. So you're here to collect data. He missed his computer and the database to which he had access. He shook his head and muttered, "Some data access now would be handy." What information do you need? He stared at Xanthi. Are you saying I have access to your data? Yes, you have access up to level 6. That means I can retrace info from the alien database of yours? Yes. How many data levels are there? 500. Bertram rolled his eyes. Well, level 6 is better than nothing, I suppose. Can you tell me Jim's family background and give me some information about his brothers? Jimmy Miracle. Male, human, age 9. At the time he was taken to a different time point by Logan Hayes. Father perished when he was a year old, lived with his mother and 3 older brothers. The 3 brothers work for a hunting society that specializes in killing creatures. Bertram nodded. Can I talk to my father here? No, not at the moment. He interacts using a different mechanism. You don't have a tangible form here yet, so not only can you not interact with him, but you can't do anything at all physically. Bertram pressed his palm against a wall. His hand went right through as if nothing was there. Chapter 23. What does the spirit look like? Can it interact with you? Jasmine was on speakerphone with Beatrice. There are 3 of them. They look like some kind of ancient warriors. One has lost an eye. Another has a large scar running across his face. They possess people to a degree, but I don't think they can directly interact with me. Come again? One has one eye and the other has a facial scar. That's right. I just threw spell bombs at them and they're looking quite angry at the moment. Any idea how I can calm them down? They can't hurt me directly, but I'm sure they can make the humans they're possessing do something. You have Lucian and Tan with you? Yes. Okay, listen, Beatrice. Ask them to shift into wolf form to protect you. Tell the spirits Jimmy has returned and will decapitate them if they kill any wolves. Say what? Say Jimmy has returned and will decapitate them if they harm any werewolves. Beatrice repeated out loud what Jasmine had said so the spirits would hear. Then she lowered her voice. It worked, Jasmine. They vanished. Good. Now that you've taken care of that problem, could you come back to Mia's place, please? Right away. Jasmine hung up. Mia, keep Jim detained for as long as you can. I mean, don't let him wake up. Do you want me to sedate him? Bertram knocked him out before, and there's no way I'm going to do that again. Yes, sedate him, please. And could you keep an eye on Bertram? She asked as she rushed to the door. Can you brief me before you go? Sure, Mia. Sorry, this might come as a shock to you, so I need you to stay calm. I'll give you the short version now because we're running out of time. Okay, just give me a snapshot. When Jim was 9, he lived in the 1500s. His 3 brothers were werewolf hunters. Jim didn't like that they killed animals, and his brothers abused him physically and mentally because of his opposition. During a visit, Bertram's father brought Jim with him to this time. He wasn't supposed to do it, but he did. And because of that transition, Jim's lost all of his memories about his background. So he attacked you before because of his confusion between what is a part of his past and what is a part of his present. Mia nodded. His brother's abuse must have scarred him, and his mind doesn't know whether he's supposed to love or hate werewolves. That's right. And I'll bet those spirits Beatrice just encountered were Jim's brothers. Jim vanished from the past with no explanation. For his brothers, it was probably like some kind of magic. I think they joined a larger supernatural force so that they could travel through time and continue with their killings. That's why they're here, and why they planned all the attacks on werewolves. But their weakness is that they don't know where Jim has gone and what he has become. Where are you going now, Jasmine? Beatrice said the spirits vanished, so I'm guessing my bluff scared them. They'll go back to the time when Jim vanished to protect their bodies. If that's the case, I need to be there with Bertram to kill them, or at least prevent them from coming back here. But you just tried. The spell no longer works. I know. I can't leave Bertram there any longer. If he changes location, I don't think I'll be able to find him. I'm going to the library. You're going to use the Marshal's vessel? I've got no choice, Mia. I don't have time to go to the city to get SLE equipment. The Marshals use that vessel to capture supernatural criminals across time and space. I helped them out before, so it's time for them to do me a favor and lend it to me. She rushed out of the house toward her car. I would advise against going to the Supernatural Detention Center for help, Jasmine. The male voice came from behind her. There was something in the voice that triggered all of her senses and her deep desire as a woman. It was almost sinful. She turned around. In front of her was a man with looks that matched the voice. The face of a dark angel brightened by striking gray eyes and framed by dark raven hair that almost touched his shoulders. He was not human, but as for what type of supernatural he was, she had no idea. Excuse me? You're rushing, and that's not good when you have to make important decisions. That's right. I'd love to chat, but not now. She continued to her car. I understand you're running out of time, but borrowing that vessel will slow you down. Its technology is too primitive to get you back to Bertram. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. But if you want to take care of the werewolf hunters in the 1500s and transfer Bertram back here in one piece, you should take my advice. Normally, I wouldn't tolerate people eavesdropping on my business. But as you already said, I'm very busy. She yanked open her car door. Bertram wants to talk to his father while he's there. My people can only hold him back for so long. If he doesn't hear from you, he will make a move. If you waste your time trying to borrow that vessel, just to find out it isn't going to work, you will be much too late to get back to where you left him. Are you telling me the vessel that the Supernatural Detention Center invested billions of dollars in won't work? And your technology, whatever that may be, will? I didn't say I'd lend you my vessel. It takes decent training to use, and my technology certainly isn't for amateurs. I don't have time to waste on this. Jasmine, I don't have time to waste either. I have a vested interest in this. If you don't believe me, why don't you hear it directly from Bertram? You can communicate with Bertram? Yes. How? He handed her a device that looked like a black wristwatch. A Fitbit? That's an insult, Jasmine. I'm sorry, but what is this? It's a wrist unit. Put it on, please. She smiled at him. Do I need decent training to use this as well? I'm certainly an amateur. He smiled back at her, and his smile made her stomach several somersaults. You don't have to do anything. No training necessary. Please tell it to connect you to Bertram. Tell it? What do you mean? Speak to it as if you're using the voice command on your cell phone. Siri, please connect me to Bertram. The man smiled but said nothing. A female voice came out of the wrist unit. I am not Siri. My ID is FJL 199. You are using me for the first time. Please place your right thumb on the screen to verify your access. She followed the instructions. Access granted. Bertram does not currently have access to a unit. I cannot connect him to you. Access via ST500, the man said. Affirmative. A square screen hovered over the face of the wrist unit. Jasmine saw both Bertram and the spirit Xanthi on the screen. Bertram saw her as soon as she saw him. Jasmine, are you okay? Yes, don't worry about me. Stay right there, Bertram. Don't go anywhere. I'm coming to get you. With my assistance, she can come and get you, but you can certainly come back here yourself to save her a trip. The face of the man Jasmine had been speaking with appeared on the screen as he spoke. Who are you? Asked Bertram. I'm a friend. But given I'm here with what I assume is your robot ST500 friend, I might be able to do something useful before going back. Do nothing, Bertram. Just come back. How's Jim, Jasmine? Are you sure there's nothing I can do to help change the situation before going back? She hesitated. For some inexplicable reason, she looked at the stranger who had just helped her, seeking his counsel. He looked at her as if he had anticipated that reaction. Let him help you, Jasmine. His words were like a tornado that sucked her into the heart of a storm, forcing her to make a decision she knew she shouldn't. It was against all the rules and principles she strove to abide by. Jim's brothers were werewolf hunters, she told Bertram. They joined supernatural forces, and they're assisting with an attack right now in our time to wipe out the werewolves, at a minimum. But at your point in time, they haven't yet become supernatural. They weren't invincible like they are now. Bertram's eyes darkened, and his jawline tightened. She was asking him to terminate supernatural criminals before they committed their crimes in the current time. This was against his principles, too. Understood, he said to Jasmine. Friend, can you help or ask ST500 here to help? I can't interact with anything right now. The man nodded. ST500, issue a temporary wrist unit to allow solidification and a G9 for him. Affirmative. Xanthi handed Bertram a black wrist unit and a gun. Bertram, your actions at that point in time will have consequences. You'll need to consent, the man said. Bertram looked at the screen, straight into Jasmine's eyes. I, Bertram Hayes, am fully aware of my actions. I will be responsible for my actions, and I accept all possible consequences. Bertram tucked the gun inside his jacket, and TS-500 hung up. Who are you? Jasmine asked the man again. You can call me Kieran. Chapter 24. Logan's Diary excerpt. You are turning 21 tomorrow, Bertram. Time flies, doesn't it? When I took Jim to our time, I violated all the rules that Zapham told me not to. She said it had changed my arrangement with the underworld, and my one life for 1 year offer would now have a finite existence. I accept that. I shouldn't have had as many extra years as I did, so I am thankful for the opportunity. My only regret with that violation is that it affected Zfam too. She never told me, but I know she made further changes and took additional risks so that I could continue to live this double life. She changed her views toward the angel creation work, and I think she grew fonder of the idea of mortal life. Still, although immortals can be terminated, I don't think they can become mortal. Whatever it was that she did for my family and me, I owe her. She started telling me more about what I did when I was on a mission with her during my sleep. This morning, she told me tonight's mission is significant. It will mark a major milestone, and if successful, it will change my arrangement once more. This time, the change will be for the better. I told you before, Bertram, if there is a chance to win, there will always be a chance to lose. If they kill me tonight, I won't see you tomorrow for your birthday. If that happens, remember that I love you and your mother. Always and forever. You complete my life, and for that, I am grateful. Bertram returned to Jim's house. His footsteps on the cobblestones echoed in the streets of the ancient shambles. It wouldn't be long before the Black Death hit this place. In his modern time, people would call it a pandemic. But in this ancient time, they called it the sickness, and the majority of the population here would die before they could make sense of the situation or even give the event a name. The cottage appeared in front of him. The three brothers stormed out of the house, panting. They were scared. Bertram turned around and saw that Xanthi had disappeared. It was for the best. If he was going to commit this criminal act, he didn't want to be observed by a robot. The brothers saw him, but they didn't look like they made any connection between him and the younger version of himself, who had sat at the dining table just a moment ago. They were three gigantic soldiers in full armor who had just witnessed a man charging Inro their own home and disappearing with their little brother. That was all they could remember, all they knew. After scanning the area and seeing no sign of Jim, they marched down the street speaking to each other in an Old English language, which Bertram only partially understood. But he understood enough to know that they were angry and they were looking for a hunt. Bertram followed them into the nearby woods. They seemed to know exactly where they were going. A short moment later, they dragged a woman out of a small cave by her hair. 4 puppies followed the woman, howling and crying as if they knew what was happening. The men threw her to the ground, about to violate her. The woman shifted into a werewolf. They laughed. It was what they wanted. Not that they would hesitate to violate her, but what they wanted even more than that was the hunt of a supernatural animal and the subsequent kill. As they closed in on her, Bertram stepped out from the darkness. They didn't register his gun as a weapon. As they stared at him, he pulled the trigger. He didn't know how many animals they had killed. But that was the past of the past. He would make sure they would harm no more animals. Xanthi appeared right after he killed the last brother. "Thank you for helping," he said. I read that as sarcasm. "I'm glad you understand the concept. You sound almost human now. I am programmed to provide you with assistance." "So you've said. I'm at a level 6 clearance out of 600. I guess my mission has been accomplished. Can you get me back to the same time as Jasmine?" "Certainly. Before I go, I have a quick question. How may I help you?" "My father, Logan Hayes, performed a range of actions at this time. Do you have any of that data?" "If it was during this time, then yes, I have surveyed all the data." "Do I have access to it?" "That data requires higher than a level 6. However, access to your father's data has been granted to you in full. Therefore, access level restrictions aren't applicable." Bertram looked at the robot. "Did he perform his last action here?" "Affirmative." A chill ran up Bertram's spine. He might be able to witness his father's final moments. What if I can interfere? What if I can change the outcome of my father's final fight? Can you take me to that time and place? I certainly can. Who was he fighting? Vampires. Why was he fighting vampires? Why? Bertram didn't think he had asked out loud and didn't expect an answer. The vampires he is fighting belong to the same family of the vampire he killed at the Zinfandel farm to save Zapham. Did he know that? Negative. He was not informed. Chapter 25. Jasmine rushed into the house and up the flight of stairs. Jim was still tied up, unconscious. Mia sat on the floor next to him with a cup of herbal tea in her hands. "Is that the sedative?" Mia looked at her and nodded. She wiped a tear from her face. Jasmine felt a storm of pain coming from Mia. Perhaps her level-headed friend had fallen for Jim harder than she expected. "I'm going to give this to him. Just give me a couple of minutes, will you?" "You might not need to do that, Mia." Kieran stepped up onto the landing at the top of the stairs. Mia scrambled to her feet. "Who are you?" "Excuse me, I don't mean to intrude. The door wasn't closed. And I'm not quite comfortable leaving 2 ladies alone with a man who might be controlled by a strong supernatural force." "This is Kieran. He's a friend." Mia frowned. "So you suddenly have a friend that I've never heard about before?" "Does it matter, Mia? He just helped me connect with Bertram." She tapped lightly at the wrist unit she was wearing. "I'm waiting for Bertram to confirm the kill." She glanced at Jim to be sure he wasn't awake. Mia arched an eyebrow. She knew Jasmine was talking about Jim's brothers. Jasmine looked at Kieran. "Could you please keep an eye on Bertram downstairs?" Kieran shoved his hands into his pants pockets. "No, I'm afraid I can't help you with that. I'll be right here, making sure he doesn't wake before Bertram confirms the kill." "This is my house." Mia raised her voice. "Who are you, really?" "I understand you're uncomfortable with a stranger in your house, but even if you're a queen wolf, if he's controlled by a force that's stronger than you are, the only way to stop him is to kill either him or what's controlling him. I'm hoping it will be the latter." "She is a queen wolf," Jasmine said. Kieran shook his head. "Not officially. She won't realize her full potential until she's with the pack, being supported and trained by them." Kieran's expression didn't give away much, and he didn't seem to waver. Jasmine peeked into his mind, hoping to catch some kind of emotional reaction. Her poke bounced. "Don't try that again, Jasmine. I don't care for people trying to read my mind." Mia waved her hands in the air. "You know too much about us, and we know nothing about you. That's creepy." Kieran smiled. "In normal situations, I would agree. But in your case, no. I have a vested interest in Jasmine's safety. You and Beatrice are her close friends, so your safety is also my concern." Jim stirred. Jasmine glanced at her wrist unit. There was no information from Bertram. Mia looked at Kieran's side and frowned. "Are you carrying a gun?" she asked, and tried to get a look inside his jacket. "Yes, the same way Jasmine had the dragon blade under her jacket." "Don't you use that on Jim. I can talk to him." She rushed toward Jim, kneeling in front of him so that he would see her first thing when he opened his eyes. Jasmine looked at Kieran and saw that he had been watching her. She nodded at his gun and shook her head. She tapped her blade lightly. Kieran smiled and nodded. Jim opened his eyes and moaned from the pain in his shoulder where Bertram had shot him. He looked at Mia. If he didn't recognize her, Jasmine planned to draw her dragon blade. She inched a bit closer to Mia and Jim. Mia was so tense Jasmine thought she would explode if Jim said something wrong. "Mia," Jim said. Mia breathed out a big sigh. Jasmine's wrist unit buzzed. A message from Bertram appeared. "The brothers are finished. Task completed. I have one more thing to see to and will come back after that." "One more thing? What could that be?" Her heart skipped several beats. She looked at Kieran for support and got the feeling she didn't need to explain, that he knew what was going on. "Why am I tied up, and what's with the gigantic wound on my shoulder?" Jim asked. Mia reached up to untie him, glancing at Jasmine before she did so. Jasmine nodded. "What's going on, Jasmine?" Jim asked. "And who are you?" "This is Kieran, a friend of mine. You're tied up because you didn't handle the change well. Remember, you were bitten by the pack leader." "Yes, I remember." Mia helped Jim stand. He looked at his shoulder. "Is that a gunshot wound?" "It's just a scratch, Jim," Mia said. "I was talking to Bertram." "Where is he?" "He's downstairs. Why don't you rest a bit more?" Mia started leading him to the bedroom. Jim saw the hole in the wall. "What the heck is this? What happened, Mia? Did I do this?" Mia nodded. "We struggled a little when we tried to restrain you. I'm so sorry. I'll fix it for you. Please excuse me. I need to talk to Bertram." Jim reeled a bit and then worked his way toward the stairs. They heard a sound from downstairs. Beatrice and Lucienne were coming in the back door. Mia rushed downstairs, trying to stay as close as she could to Jim. "What happened to Bertram?" Jim asked from downstairs. Jasmine remained upstairs. She approached Kieran, showing him Bertram's message. He didn't look at her screen, but at her. "I know what he said, Jasmine. That's the risk we took when we gave him the technology and the capability." Jasmine knew she couldn't afford to be weak right now, but there was something about Kieran that made her feel like a little girl who needed his protection. The most troublesome feeling was that for some reason she felt she could trust him and confide in him. She felt safe being close to him. Kieran held her hands in his. "Jasmine, I'm not going to lie to you. This is not good news. Bertram is smart enough to make the technology work for him. He's using my robot to get information and asking her to take him to his father. He will have a difficult decision to make, and if he makes the wrong one, it will have severe consequences. Can you take me to him? I can help. Kieran brushed away a tear that had fallen on her face. I can, but I won't. You're a strong woman, Jasmine. You're destined to do really important things that will affect many people. If Bertram is to be your man, he will need to make the right decision and come back here himself. If he can't do that, he's not your soulmate. She could control the tears, but she couldn't control her emotions, and at the moment she felt like weeping. Standing next to Kieran didn't help. He seemed to know his effect on her. He pulled her into his arms and embraced her. You're going to be fine, Jasmine. You can handle the important changes ahead of you, with or without Bertram. Chapter 26. So, Hailstorm. With his eyes closed, Bertram didn't have another explanation for the impact his body was feeling. You can open your eyes now, TS-500 said. It was pitch dark and bitterly cold. He could feel the altitude, and the wind was hitting him where it hurt the most. He didn't know where he was, but he knew he was no longer at the shambles in York, England. He stood still to regain his footing and let his eyes adjust to the dark. Where am I? TS-500, in the form of a teenage girl named Xanthi, responded to Bertram's question by showing him a map on a glowing rectangular screen. In your modern time, this location is called the Grampians Pinnacle Lookout, Victoria, Australia. In AD 801, when your father confronted the vampires, this location was called the Peaks. Thank you. Bertram checked the gun Siren had ordered for him. It was still inside his jacket. Is there a way to check the capacity and specs of this weapon? Yes, you can scan it with your wrist unit. Bertram did as instructed and scanned the barrel of the gun. On the screen, a long list of specs appeared. He scrolled through quickly to look for the capacity and soon found what he was looking for. The gun fired laser beams with special properties of silver and other precious metals and minerals. It was designed to kill supernatural creatures. He wondered who Jasmine's friend was and how he had access to this kind of technology. What's the profile of the man who gives you orders? That information is beyond your access level. What's his name? I assume that's basic information. Siren LeBlanc. The name sounded familiar, but Bertram couldn't put together a profile from memory. What type of creature is he? Human, supernatural, werewolf, angel, or alien? That information is beyond your access level. If you keep saying that, I'm going to get very mad. I apologize for the inconvenience. I can only lay out the information as programmed. Who programmed you anyway? Did Siren program you? Negative. I am a low-level robot. Wait, so the robot couldn't provide information beyond his access level, but it could confirm or deny statements. He just needed to change his questions. Does Siren live on Earth? Negative. Does Siren live in this current time? Negative. Does he live in a future time? Affirmative. This was going to take forever. If Kieran let him keep this wrist unit, he could get a lot of information from it. However, now wasn't the time to do research, so he decided to concentrate on the task at hand. Hidden behind a large rock, Bertram saw his father enter as if walking through an invisible door. Next to him was Zapham. Is he going to see me if I approach him? Yes, you have solidified your form here to interact with the environment. He will be able to see you. Bertram looked at the wrist unit. He wanted to call Jasmine. He knew he could, but he wasn't going to do it. She didn't need to go through this with him. If whatever happened here traumatized him for the rest of his life, he would go through it by himself. He knew if he made any changes here, it would affect a series of events in the future. Logan and Zapham walked toward the rock he was hiding behind. Bertram held his breath. Remember, Logan, you only need to free the 9 girls in white. They are about to be sacrificed. Don't look around and don't do anything else. And do not, I repeat, do not interact with the vampires. Do you hear me, Logan? Yes, you've said that 3 times. I'll go in and rescue the girls in white. I will not fight the vampires. How many times have I done this? This time is different, Logan. You've never dealt with vampires before. I'll be careful, and I can say the same to you. You've never taken me to a location before. I'd feel better if you weren't here. I won't make an appearance. How does that sound? Logan smiled. Perfect. Zapham disappeared. Logan approached a couple of large rocks that formed an arched doorway. He walked through and went inside. Bertram scanned the area and then followed. Bertram followed the cave wall and descended on spiral steps. There was a humming, chanting sound coming from below. At the bottom of the stairs was a flat, round surface with a raised platform in the middle. It looked like a place used for worship and sacrifices. The stench of blood hovered in the air. Next to the sacrificial platform, the girls in white were locked in small cages, waiting for their turn. Bertram smelled sage burning and toxic fumes. There were no guards. They wouldn't need them. This was their temple at the top of the peaks. If there were guards, they would be at the entrance at the bottom of the mountain. Bertram could tell this was a sacred place. If he ran into anything, it would be something of a high caliber, not guards. Besides, it wasn't like they expected anyone from the future to appear at the top of the mountain and enter their temple. He saw his father at the bottom of the stairs, approaching the platform. Logan used his sword to open the locks and release the girls from the cages. Be quiet, he told them. Go up the stairs and out of the cave. There's a lady waiting for you at the top. As the girls made their way up, a monk stepped out from behind the altar. When he saw what was happening, saw Logan standing with the sword in his hand, the monk closed his eyes and began to pray. He was prepared to die. Logan shoved the monk into one of the cages and engaged the lock. Bertram hid in one of the large cavities in the cave wall as the girls ran past him and up. He waited for 5 minutes but didn't hear his father walk past. He left the cave cavity and looked down. His father was running up the stairs with a basket in his hand. There was a baby girl inside. Logan was startled to see Bertram. Bertram, what are you doing here? Just go, Dad. Be careful with the vampires. I will be. I don't know what you're doing here or how you got here, but we will have a word about this, Logan said, and then ran up the stairs. Bertram glanced quickly behind him to be sure they weren't being followed, and there were no vampires jumping out of the shadows behind them. At the cave exit, it was as if Bertram was watching everything in slow motion, but there was nothing he could do to stop what was happening. At the top of the narrow stone stairs, Logan pulled the basket with the baby behind him, exposing his chest. A long sword pierced him from the front to the back. He tossed the basket backward for Bertram to catch. As the sword was drawn out of Logan's body, he used the momentum to rush forward. Bertram ran up the steps and outside of the cave. He held the basket in one hand and drew his gun with the other hand. On the flat surface in front of the cave stood a group of 3 vampires. The body of one of them was collapsing. Logan's sword had just decapitated it. The other 2 hissed and withdrew. Don't shoot, Bertram! Logan charged at the other 2. In what seemed like seconds, he finished the 2 vampires. Then he dropped to the floor. Bertram rushed to his side. He placed the basket on the ground next to Logan. I'll take you back to my current time, Dad. No, Bertram. I don't know how you got here. But don't do anything that will cause any changes. Don't kill anything. I can't let you die. Dad, please go back with me. A vampire stepped out from behind a large rock, dragging Zapham with him. His hand grabbed at her neck, and fingers dug into her jugular. You and this bitch killed my cousin. Then it saw the baby in the basket. Give me the baby deity. I'll trade her for Zapham. Let her go, and I'll give you the basket. Bertram stood, holding the basket in his hand as if ready to hand it over. The vampire's eyes were focused on the basket. It was mesmerized by the small deity. Give her to me, it croaked, and released Zapham. Zapham rushed over to Logan's side. Bertram reached out, extending the basket toward the vampire. But before its hand gripped the handle, he yanked the basket back and pointed his gun right at the vampire's head. The vampire turned to look at him. Bertram figured this vampire didn't know the power of the gun, so he fired one beam at the dead body of one of the vampires on the ground. The body melted into a puddle. He aimed the gun at the vampire's head. "Don't kill him, Bertram. You can in your own time, but if you kill him now, we don't know the consequences. You are not supposed to be here." Logan was fading quickly. Bertram put the gun down. "Go, don't ever let me see you again. Next time, you won't be so lucky." The vampire ran down the mountain and vanished into the shadows. Bertram tried to lift his father up. "I'll take you with me, Dad." "Bertram, I have an agreement with Zapham. My time is up. I have to go." "Zapham, he saved you, and now you're just going to let him die?" "I can take one of you to the magical world, you or the baby," Zapham said. "That's the limit of my power. You can't save me, Zapham. I want to die a human. Take the baby deity. At least give the baby a name, Logan. She is in debt to you. I will hide her. I'll make sure she has a good family. Maya. I'd love to call her Maya." Zapham nodded, then picked up the basket and vanished. Logan held Bertram's hand. "I love you and your mother. Please take care of her." Then Logan drew his last breath. Chapter 27. Jasmine held Bertram's hands. The emotional storm coming from him was incredible. It slashed at her without mercy. A tear rolled down his face, and she knew if he wasn't unconscious, she would never have seen it. It hurt, but she left the connection on. Because as long as the emotions continued, she knew he was alive. Everyone was upstairs trying to help straighten up Mia's bedroom and repair the wall. More importantly, they wanted to give Jasmine some privacy. But Kieran wouldn't leave. He sat on a single-seat sofa at one end of the coffee table and kept his intense gray eyes fixed on her and Bertram. He said nothing. Jasmine didn't voice it, but she was appreciative that Kieran had decided to stay. Somehow, it felt as if he was her constant, someone she had wanted and needed but had never had in her whole life. Bertram stirred. "He's coming back," Kieran said. He came over to sit on the coffee table facing Bertram and Jasmine. He pulled out a similar black wrist unit to the one he had given her. "Bertram is wearing one over there. For him to come back here using the same mechanism, we have to put this on him at this end. But before we do, I need you to know, Jasmine, that it's not going to be a smooth trip. It could have been smooth if he had just taken it in York, but he manipulated the machine and traveled to a different location, and he interacted with his father, who traveled using different mechanisms." "But will he get back safely?" "Yes, but there might be complications. It depends on how strong he is. It's like traveling through time and space on an airplane from an amusement park ride. Because he manipulated the mechanism, when he travels back, there will be part of the journey where he won't be covered at all. Like being in a washing machine during the spin cycle. It will be rough, and he'll be quite sick. But he'll survive. So it's just physical damage that he might suffer?" Kieran sighed. "It depends. The technology we use is a version of time traveling with consciousness. He has been fully aware of what he's doing. He has the option of whether or not he wants to retain the memory. Others might choose to forget, but he seems to be quite stubborn." "Tell me about it." "If he chooses to keep the memory, it's going to be a traumatic event to remember. You connect with him emotionally, so you will absorb the pain as much as he does. I don't think I need to explain this shared emotional experience to you." "Understood." Kieran gave the wrist unit to Jasmine. "When you're ready." Jasmine took the unit. As soon as she snapped it onto Bertram's wrist, he stirred again. Then he slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the ceiling as if trying to gain his bearings. He stood up abruptly. Then, before Jasmine could catch him, he was down on his knees and became violently ill. Kieran's wrist unit buzzed. He went out to the backyard to engage the call. In the house, Bertram settled after a while. He looked at Jasmine, and she knew Kieran was right. He had chosen to keep his memory. "Jasmine," she smiled at him, "how are you feeling?" "I've been better." He looked around the house. "What a mess." She chuckled. "You should have seen the upstairs." Bertram stood straight up. "Jim, Calm down, Bertram. He's fine and he can't remember a thing. They're upstairs straightening things up. I shot him. We told him his transition into wolf form for the first time wasn't smooth, so he was injured because of that. He bought the idea. Bertram glanced outside and saw Kieran. Do you have any more information about Kieran yet, apart from the name Sierran LeBlanc? Well, it appears you already know more than I do. I didn't even know his last name, but we can find out more from the database later. You might want to use the SLE database. You know he's not human, right? She nodded. But he's not supernatural like those we know. She squeezed his hand. I'm guessing you chose to keep your memories from this trip. So if you want to talk, you know I'll listen. Thank you. He kissed her. But they'd hardly gotten started before Kieran was at the door. How are you feeling, Bertram? I'm good now. Thank you for helping out. You're welcome. Perhaps you can help me out with some information. Yeah, sure. What do you need, Kieran? I've just got a call. TS-500 was destroyed before we could back up her data. Xanthi? Xanthi was a girl killed in the 1500s. TS-500 was a robot that used Xanthi's profile. We used it for surveillance, so I wouldn't read too much into what it said about Xanthi. Bertram nodded. Understood. What would you like to know? Where was your last location when you encountered the vampires? The Grampians. The Pinnacle Lookout. TS-500 told me the location was called The Peaks in AD 801. Thank you. Kieran keyed the data into his wrist unit. How many vampires did you encounter? 3 were killed by my father. 1 escaped. That was at the Peaks. But judging by the scale of their temple, they would have had guards at the entrance. Kieran showed Bertram a picture of a male on his unit. Is this the one that escaped? Bertram shook his head. TS-500 said they were from the same family as the one my dad killed on a Zinfandel farm in Croatia. The vampire said the same thing. It accused my father of killing its cousin. So I think the data you have is accurate. Thanks again. Kieran keyed more data into his unit. Then he looked at Jasmine and Bertram. Among the supernatural creatures in the material world, including Earth and some other universes in the multiverse, vampires are much more complicated than the others. There are different groups of vampires. Some are good and some are not at all good. Unfortunately, the groups located in the Grampians are not good. I can call in the SLE if the case is large enough. Kieran shook his head. We operate differently. In my opinion, all creatures are equal. No case is too small, but it's just me. The vampires at the Grampians are lobbying with different political groups across different worlds. They want to take over the entire supernatural world. That's totally an SLE matter. Maybe, Jasmine, but I need to contact my people and sort out a few things for the vampire groups I know. I'll be back soon, and then we'll figure out the vampire issue at the Grampians. Will you wait until I come back? Bertram nodded. Sure, we need more technology and assistance. We'll wait. Kieran nodded and exited the house. Bertram, said Jasmine, you saw the temple at the Grampians. If we go to the Pinnacle now, do you think you'd recognize it? Yes, but we just promised Kieran we'd wait for him to come back. Jasmine raced to the door. You promised him I didn't. If indeed the vampires at the Grampians plan to take over, then it's my responsibility to deal with them. Chapter 28. Scorching heat, bitter cold. Zapham ran through the toughest zones of the underworld with the basket containing baby Maya in her hands. She dare not use her angel's power, network, or any supernatural assistance, because all help came with the chance of risking the baby's whereabouts or even her existence. How did I miss this baby deity in the sacrifice temple? Where did the vampires get her? Who were her parents? All of these were questions in her mind, but she had no time to search for the answers. Logan had given up the remaining years of his life for this baby. He had named her, and she had promised him she would find a safe home for Maya. Tears rolled down her face. For the first time in the 1,000 years of her life, Zapham understood this human emotion, and she didn't care much for it. If having such emotion was what it took to be human, she would choose to remain supernatural. She vividly remembered the residence of Marshall Had. She still needed to use her muscle memory because, as an outsider, she wouldn't be able to see this world as how it really was. She banged her fist on the door of what she thought was the entrance to a small cave. Had answered the door. "You again? I thought we had a done deal." "Logan has given up the remainder of his life for one last offer." "Look at my face, Zapham. Do I look like I care? That's between you and him." "I don't want you to offer me anything. I just need to search the records to find a good family who wants children. I can't use my connection because I can't afford for any of my actions to alert the House of Gods. Give me one very good reason to help you." "I don't have one." Had shrugged. "Goodbye then." "Wait, what about good karma? That's all I've got at the moment. I'll owe you a favor." "Karma is overrated, Zapham. Someone will have to work for anything to happen, even to execute a deal based on karma." He stepped aside to let her in. "I won a big bet last night and I'm in a good mood, so consider yourself lucky." As soon as she was inside the residence, the disguise spells turned off, and she could see the suite full of technology, data collection, and whatever else was necessary for a marshal to control the life and death numbers of so many beings across several worlds. She placed the basket with the baby on the floor. Had sat down in front of a large screen. "Which world do you want me to search? Magical or material?" "Material, please. I don't want her to have anything to do with the angels." "All right, material it is. Now, do you want human or supernatural parents?" "She's a deity so supernatural. Human parents won't be able to handle her." "Do you want creatures, cross-world creatures, vampires, or multiverse creatures?" The baby started crying. "She's hungry," said Zapham. "Do you have anything she can eat?" "No. Let's just get this over and done with. I don't want a crying baby in my house." Maya cried louder. "If you want anything from me, Zapham, shut the baby up." "How?" "Feed her something." "What do you have?" "Vampire blood, marinated 1,000-year-old rat meat, hell snake eggs. Take your pick." Zapham put her hands on her hips. "What about milk?" Had turned in his chair. "Would you like soy milk, oat milk, organic or gluten-free with vitamins?" he asked. "Don't answer that question because it will totally piss me off. You're asking an underworld marshal who is bachelor and is in charge of reaping souls from across the multiverse, whether he has milk in his house." The baby was crying louder by the second. "So I guess the answer is no then. Where can I then find such a precious supply?" He muttered some profanity, then pressed a button to call a creature into the room. She had no idea what kind it was. He searched the screen in front of him and then jotted something down on a small piece of paper. When he handed it to the creature, it took the note and scuttled away into the darkness at the back of the room. "Don't worry, he's going out to get you some warm milk." The baby's volume lowered. In mere minutes, the creature rushed in carrying a large mother dog. Had turned to the screen again. "She's just had puppies," he said, "so there's plenty of milk. Have at it." Zapham led the dog to the basket. She didn't look very happy being forced toward the basket, but when she saw the hungry baby, she climbed right in. Sensing the warm body next to her, the baby didn't need an invitation. She took what she needed. Zapham glanced at the screen. "This dog has 4 puppies," she said. "Who is going to feed them?" "Something's got to give. You're asking for a lot." "Where are the puppies?" "Somewhere on Earth. Safe." "Earth is a pretty big place. How can you be so sure the puppies are safe?" "Rough," Had shouted. "She's asking where the puppies are and if they're safe. Can you help her figure this out? I'm getting a headache." The creature rushed back in. "The puppies are resting on a tuft of soft grass under a bridge, and there are no dangerous animals nearby, sir. I put them close to an SLE agent and made sure she heard the puppies. She is taking care of them." "Thank you. You are promoted." Had turned toward Zapham and waved his arms in the air. "Happy now. Ruff will take the mother dog to her puppies after she's done here. He didn't wait for Zapham's response, but rolled his eyes and returned to the screen. Zapham smiled at Ruff. Thank you. Make sure you line up the right time for the mother dog. The time here and the time on Earth are not exactly parallel. The mother can find her puppies, but only if you place her at the right time. Yes, ma'am. Had pointed to the screen. They have a version of the House of Gods on Earth. They're not exactly magical creatures from your world, but they do have some magic power. They have gods, goddesses, and similar things. That's promising. Could we look further into that? Here are your two choices. This one looks like a royal couple living in Eastern Europe. They have a good life, but they have no children. They have been praying for a child. They practice dark magic, so I think they could handle a deity baby. The second choice is not as good. They lived in ancient times, in the Babylonian era. That civilization doesn't exist anymore on Earth. But during the time of their prosperity, they worked as minor deities in their version of the House of Gods. I'll take the second option. Really? Yes, that era is like a cavity in time. It's thousands of years away from the modern human world. No one will pay them any attention there. No one will notice. What's the family name? Portman, she smiled. So Maya Portman it is. Chapter 29. Bertram drove into the Wonderland car park. From the passenger seat, Jasmine cast disguise spells on herself and Bertram to block the human view on them. This was peak human tourist time at the Pinnacle. The place reeked with the stench of dead supernaturals. The odor was fresh, as if they were gathering sacrificial objects for some sort of ritual. Does this feel familiar, Bertram? I can't tell from down here. Kieran's equipment landed me at the top. I've never walked the trail from down here before. We'll have to climb up like ordinary humans. Bertram grinned. Sweet, it's like a romantic hiking trip. She smiled at him. Are you sure you're up for it, Bertram? You've just had a pretty rough trip. I could never say no to seeing you in action in your leather gear. He leaned over to the passenger seat and gave her a bone-melting kiss. It's not just two of us. You know that, right? I'm not that crazy. Caleb has agreed to give us backup. I thought he didn't do small local cases anymore. He doesn't. But the scale of the attack on the werewolves has magnified, and it's gotten his attention. Now, with the vampire issue on top of it, the case has become something the SLE is responsible for, all the way to the top level. Taking over the supernatural world and killing other creatures is like having a military coup. The SLE wants a peaceful supernatural society across all worlds. Species don't have to be united under one roof, but they do have to live in peace. Any creature that does otherwise, we put them in jail. You know what, Jasmine? I think you're too good for the SLE. She chuckled. I'm moving to interworld relations, remember? This will be the last gig I do for the SLE. That kind of motivates Caleb because he wants to shift me to the interworld department as soon as possible. He kissed her cheek. All right, how many men will Caleb lend you? I told Kieran I couldn't tell how many vampires were up there, but I'm sure there are many. Jasmine looked at her phone for messages. She grinned. You're the champion, Caleb? He's giving us 30 men from the top division. They're like a supernatural SW8. Great, Bertram said, and then texted Jim, asking questions. They had done this several times. Not so much in a supernatural capacity, but in Bertram's ordinary detective work. Bertram and Jim were like unofficial partners, and Jim was constantly on the lookout for information Bertram might need for his investigation. As soon as Bertram and Jasmine got out of the car, Jim texted a map to Bertram with a smiley face and a message saying, "You cheated." Sundial Car Park is a more decent walk to the Pinnacle than the walk from the Wonderland car park. Bertram chuckled and didn't respond. They got out of the car. Because of the disguise spells, the humans couldn't see them. In return, they didn't see much of the humans because their vision was focused on the supernaturals. At the entrance of the trail leading to the Pinnacle, there were only 5 guards. I can take them out, Bertram said, and adjusted the gun Siren had given him. No, let's not alert them. How about we go in as tourists? Once we get to the top, we'll switch to supernatural mode. Bertram grinned. Perfect plan. They walked up the rocky trail like any other human tourists. Rocks that were tens of thousands of years old snaked around the path, stacking upward to the top of the pinnacle. This wasn't a path for a casual stroll, but more of a rock trail for climbing enthusiasts. They followed the faded paint markings to stay on the right path and avoid wandering off to any dangerous ledges. A fall from this altitude to the rocky valley below would certainly have an undesirable effect on anybody. "This is it," Bertram said when they reached the top. Jasmine cast her spell and switched them to the supernatural mode. The scenery instantly changed. The sky turned dark gray and angry winds whipped around strange-looking rocks, weaving among the holes and grooves and making an eerie fluting sound. Bertram pointed. "That's the cave entrance." Not only were there no vampires up here, there was nothing at all. Even the air felt empty. "It was the same when I was here. The ritual will be at the bottom of the staircase. It's like the temple is built downward into the mountain." Jasmine nodded. "It's too risky to go down there without the troops. Let's wait here." "Here they come." Bertram pointed his chin toward a group of soldiers heading up to the peak from the sundial car park direction. Jasmine stepped forward and gestured toward the cave. The group leader nodded. He gathered his men and gave them instructions. They lined up single file and entered the cave. "They're all going down there. They're not leaving any up here to watch the entrance?" Jasmine shook her head. "Maybe they expect us to do that." "If that's the case, shouldn't they have told us in advance?" As if in response to Bertram's question, the group leader returned to them. "I'm Field Agent Lead Arnold. We were instructed to carry out a search and detain order at the ritual site at the bottom of the temple." Bertram nodded. "Can you leave some men up here?" The instructions were very clear. The entry point is here, and the exit point will be down there. There will be no support here. Men will be stranded if they're left up here. "Wouldn't it be safer to enter from the bottom?" Jasmine asked. "I need to do a total sweep, JK. That means we have to make sure things are clean from top to bottom and then exit. That means you'll have to come with us." "Why?" Bertram asked. "The SLE will send the cleaners up here. They will destroy or kill whatever is left." She looked at Arnold and nodded. "All right, we'll follow you." "Yes, JK." The officer returned to the cave, entered, and ran down the stairs. Jasmine and Bertram approached the cave entrance. "It's a bit of an extreme strategy, don't you think, Jasmine?" She nodded. "I know, but I've never run an operation of this caliber before, so I don't know what it entails." "Okay, how about you stay right here? I'll go down a few steps to see if there's an opening at the bottom. If that's the case, it means they're executing the strategy for real. Then you can enter before they do the cleanup. If the coast isn't clear, I'll run back up to you, and we'll go down the way we came up." Jasmine nodded. "Be careful, Bertram. Just a few steps down." Bertram's phone buzzed as he headed down. He picked up on the way in. Jasmine stood guarding the door. She scanned the surrounding area to ensure there would be no surprise attack and to watch for the cleaners who were coming their way. She wanted to go to the edge and look down to see if there was any activity at the bottom of the mountain on the exterior, but she didn't want to leave the cave entrance. She heard a faint whistle from Bertram as he signaled her to go down. She glanced around one last time and entered the cave. It was damp inside, and the stench of vampire blood was overpowering. She approached the flat piece of rock where Bertram stood. They were only about 20 steps from the entrance. She peeked down. At the bottom of the cave, an exit had been opened. Vampire bodies have littered the ground, and agents were hurling the rest out through the exit. Jasmine and Bertram heard a loud noise, and they turned to see the door to the cave slam shut. The exit door at the bottom also closed. It was pitch black. The chanting sound of a ritual reached them from the bottom of the cave. She cast protective spells on Bertram and herself. The spells bounced. She made a light on her fingertip. That little witch trick had come in handy on several occasions. In the dim light, they saw the vampires circling the floor below. These must be new vampires, entering from the door at the bottom. They had killed the agents and dragged the bodies back inside. The vests the agents wore exploded with bombs of silver. The vampires shrieked in pain and started to charge up the stairs. It was chaotic. Bertram fired at them with his gun, and they withdrew toward the door. Jasmine had tried several times to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. It was as if it was blocked from the outside by strong magic that was far above her level. It didn't matter how much magic or how many spell bombs she hurled at the door. It didn't move. The vampires from below were coming up the stairs, and they were fast. Chapter 30. Bertram sprayed silver beams at the vampires on the stairs. The silver bombs at the bottom had killed several of them, but not all. He knew that Jasmine, who was a few steps above his location, had tried her best to open the door. He didn't want what had happened to his father to repeat itself, so he used his weapon to spray the last rounds of beams at the creatures. Then he threw away the gun and charged up the stairs to join Jasmine. If they were going to die in here, they'd die together. As soon as he reached the top, the door swung open. Caleb stood outside with a grenade in one hand. Bertram was sure it was no ordinary grenade. "Get out!" Caleb shouted. Bertram and Jasmine dove outside. Caleb threw the grenade down the stairs and slammed the door shut. He sealed the door with his badge. A light ring sparked, and the door material merged with the rock frame around it and turned into a piece of solid rock. It was no longer a door, and thus there was no risk of anyone or anything opening it. The desperate screams of the vampires filled the air and died out quickly. The air returned to its eerie quietness. "I'm glad you didn't go all the way down," said Caleb. "I was almost too late. Arnold was compromised. He turned his gun on the other soldiers. I just got the info." A hover vessel that looked like a small personal airplane floated on the air at the edge of the rock. "Will the cleaners still come?" Jasmine asked. "I don't know, but to be safe, let's get out of here." He gestured toward the vessel. Bertram walked to the other end of the flat rock. Caleb grinned. "You can walk down the mountain or fly down. It's your choice, Bertram." "I'm getting our backpacks." "I'll carry mine, Bertram. I don't want my witch potions spilling all over you." Jasmine approached him. As she reached his side, he turned around and aimed the gun that he knew had no beams left at Caleb. They hadn't brought any backpacks with them. Bertram was glad Jasmine had caught on to his prompt. That was one problem solved. But now he wasn't sure how to deal with Caleb. He was quite sure the hovering vessel was fully loaded with weapons. Getting inside with Caleb would be a stupid idea. They could easily be detained. "What are you doing, Bertram? I just saved you both." Bertram tapped lightly on his phone. "My intelligence has just told me that the supernatural forces in this region are reaching a milestone. If they sacrifice 30 souls today, they will be granted an eternal light." "You ordered 30 men to go down there," said Jasmine. "You made a deal. Why, Caleb?" Jasmine was so disappointed she had tears in her eyes. Caleb wasn't just her boss. She thought of him as her brother. She trusted him. "You are my right hand, Jasmine. That hasn't changed. If you want to work with me, I will always have a place for you." "Work for what, Caleb?" "You and I are too good for the SLE, Jasmine. We can go to the multiverse. I have negotiated a spot in the cross-world for us. There, we will have everything at our disposal. Power, money, whatever we want. But why sacrifice the vampires?" "Vampires have their own internal problems, Jasmine." He gestured toward the cave. "These are the weakest links in the region. So are the werewolves. I have negotiated with the strongest force of the supernatural in the multiverse. All we have to do is make this sacrifice to show our worth." "The supernaturals in the cross-world want to use you to kill their competition, and you fell for it?" Jasmine shook her head. "You disappoint me, Caleb." Bertram shook his head. "You get the vampires to kill all the werewolves. Then you kill the vampires after they're done. Wicked plan, Caleb. You would kill that many supernaturals just to show your worth for a possible business deal? Bertram was so disgusted and angry that he almost pulled the trigger of the empty gun, but he managed to curb the impulse. Jasmine felt a tear rolling down her face. Bertram knew this betrayal was hard on her. You asked them to start small so that you didn't have to deal with it. You stooped as low as using poison in a communal wedding. You didn't expect me to get involved with these small cases. And now, when the scale gets out of hand, you want to kill them all off? Caleb shrugged. It's just business. There are no harsh feelings between us, Jasmine. You're like my little sister. As I said, if you change your mind, you're always welcome. And I do hope you change your mind one day. Get out of my sight, Caleb. I never want to see you again. You've treated me well all these years. In return, I'll give you time to exit. Go to the crossworld as you wish. There is no authority there. Live your free life however you choose. But if you ever set foot on Earth again, I will report you. Caleb nodded. Very well, sister. He turned and got into his hovering vessel. Jasmine wiped away another tear. Caleb's vessel lifted, ready to depart. Then it slowly turned around. Bertram knew what that meant. Caleb was about to fire at them. Bertram's gun had no more ammunition. But that wasn't the problem. He had enough time to dive out of shooting range. He looked at Jasmine. She had time to dodge the missile as well, but she didn't look like she intended to do so. She ran straight at the vessel. She pulled out the dragon blade and threw it at the windshield. The dragon blade wasn't like any other knife. It was made of sacred materials. It killed all things and sliced through all things as she willed it. The blade went through the glass and into Caleb's forehead. As it struck Caleb, he fired. The vessel spun out of control and dropped to the bottom of the mountain. Jasmine's body flew to the other end of the path, slid downward, and then dropped off the edge of the cliff. Bertram dove toward her, trying to catch her hand, but she had already fallen and was on her way to the rock bed below. He knew that everything had happened in a split second. But in his mind, it was like watching a movie in slow motion. He'd had enough time to make a decision and consider his options. He stood at the edge of the rock and jumped down after her. He heard the fabric of his shirt tearing into tatters. And then his body did what he expected it to do. A pair of strong wings broke free from the confines of his shoulders. Two large black-feathered wings spread outward. He adjusted the trajectory of his fall and reached for Jasmine. He held her in his arms and they descended slowly. Jasmine. She opened her beautiful eyes and looked at him. Bertram, you have black angel wings. The part about the wings is true, but I'm still evaluating the angel part. That comes with baggage, and at the moment I'm not sure I'm ready for it. She smiled at him. Flying feels good. We're not flying. We're descending. Is Caleb dead? With the dragon blade in his head? I would guess so. Bertram looked down. Oh no, vampires on the rocks. They're waiting for us. He flapped his wings. While descending was easy, he just needed to use his wings to control the impact of gravity. Flying might take a bit of practice. No matter how much he flapped, they still seemed to be moving downward. Do you have any other weapons on you, Jasmine? No. Great. Just then, a large vessel zoomed in right beneath them, and a compact landing strip popped out, allowing them to land softly. Siren was behind the control window. Chapter 31. Bertram pulled Jasmine into his arms. He loved the feel of her body snuggling safely in his embrace. All he asked for was that one moment. She was settled, and she remained nestled in his arms. That was the moment when he was certain that she was safe. The image of her sliding down and off the cliff after being shot at by Caleb kept playing over and over in his mind. It was torturous. He had felt helpless. He'd had a vision in that moment of the gigantic void left in his soul when she vanished from his life. He never ever wanted to experience that again. They'd once again found their favorite spot, the flat cement roof on top of the Merlot cabin. Vines and Soul used to rent out 12 cabins to guests who wanted to experience the vineyard lifestyle. Now, they had 11. The Merlot cabin was the place he had been renting when they first met. And after that, whenever he stayed at the vineyard, she would reserve this cabin for him. And then, before he realized it had happened, the Merlot cabin was no longer available for rent. He had an odd feeling, however, that his tranquil moment was coming to an end. She turned over, still lying on his lap, and opened her gorgeous eyes to look at him. For dinner tonight, I'm thinking crispy 5-spice duck with a black cherry glaze, caramelized red endive, and sautéed spinach for the main entree, and a prawn and mango salad for the side, and salted caramel cheesecake cake for dessert. And I think it would all pair well with a crisp Pinot Gris. Before he could say anything, his stomach growled audibly. He and his stomach loved her cooking. If there were only 2 things a man couldn't control, one of those 2 things was his stomach. He smiled at her. "You were asleep, and you looked so peaceful. I didn't want to disturb you. How was your day?" Everything sorted out nicely. Beatrice made the antidote, and that helped Lucy recover at the hospital. Tan and Lucy are going away soon for their honeymoon. The mother dog found Beatrice and was reunited with the 4 puppies I picked up under the bridge in the city. The Werewolf Council has been re-established, and Mia is now their new leader. What about you? How was your day, Bertram? Eventful. But like yours, everything turned out just fine. Jim passed his first wolf transformation, so he's happy. Grace has been reinstated at the police department and is now working for a division specializing in unexplained phenomena. That suits her. He nodded. I put my city apartment on the market and asked my boss for a transfer. I'll be working here in Gisborne. She smiled at him, but her smile didn't last very long. He knew it was time to address the elephant in the room. He linked his fingers with hers. Have you heard back from Kieran? Not a word. He wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. This was a pain that she wasn't going to share with him. Not yet. She was still trying to make sense of it. And he could wait, but he hated it because it was eating at her. The man had just suddenly appeared in her life and saved her life, and then he had vanished without a trace. Bertram wondered how someone could do that to someone they cared for, and Ciaran obviously cared for her. When he had caught them at the pinnacle and saved them from the vampires lurking underneath, he was livid. They had promised Kieran they would wait for him to come back, and they hadn't. They went to the Grampians without him. Just as Bertram had watched as Jasmine slid off that cliff, Kieran would have seen them descending into the waiting vampires on the rocks if he hadn't caught them in time. The rage Kieran unleashed on them afterward wasn't an emotion that would come from a casual acquaintance. He cared for them, deeply. He had brought them home. He made Bertram promise to take care of Jasmine, and then he had walked out and vanished from their lives as if he'd never entered. The connection and the effect Kieran had had on Jasmine in such a short period of time was profound, an emotional wound that would never heal. Ciaran knew that, and if he could have avoided it, he would have. He came from the future, and whatever he had seen there made him travel to the past to save the day. The sunlight brushed across Bertram's face, waking him early the next morning. The pain in his heart was incredible, but it didn't surprise him. He knew. The cabin was empty. He didn't search. He knew Jasmine had gone. On his bedside table next to the wrist unit that Kieran had given him was a little note. I need some time by myself to think things over and clear my head. I'll be back soon. I love you, Bertram. Jasmine. This was the first time he had seen her signature without a last name. The print was clear, in black and white. The signature stared at him. He stared back at it. Then he picked up the wrist unit and activated it. Give me Kieran LeBlanc's profile. You don't have access to that information. Of course not. I'm just testing to see if you're still working. Give me Jasmine Keene's profile. There is no record under that name. Bertram sat down. Is there a record of our marriage in your system? Affirmative. I'm sure I have access to my own marriage. Give me the record of my marriage. Affirmative. Bertram Hayes, male mixed blood, human and supernatural spouse, Freya J. LeBlanc, aka Jasmine Keene. And there we have it. Though it may not feel like an ending, we've just uncovered something monumental, Jasmine's true identity as a LeBlanc. For those familiar with the multiverse collection novels, the LeBlanc name carries weight that ripples across realms. From the formidable Kieran and Madeline LeBlanc to the powerful wolf shifter Killian LeBlanc, this family's influence touches every corner of the multiverse. Discovering Jasmine's connection to this legendary bloodline isn't just a revelation. It's a game changer that opens doors to both thrilling possibilities and dangerous consequences. But if you're new to our universe, don't worry. This is just the beginning of an epic journey that spans worlds, time, and the very fabric of reality itself. Want to know what happens next? Make sure you're subscribed to our channel and hit that notification bell. Leave a comment below with your theories about Jasmine's role in the LeBlanc legacy. We'd love to hear your thoughts. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please give it a thumbs up. It helps other supernatural romance fans find our growing collection of interconnected stories. Join us next time as we delve deeper into the mysteries of Wolf Valley and uncover more secrets of the LeBlanc family legacy. This has been Alpha by Desire, part of the Wolf Valley Forbidden Heart series. Thank you for listening, and until next time, stay magical.